Yeah.
Well, if people aren't hay now, then what's gonna be available when the winter hits?
There's nothing available.
Yeah,
And now they're jacking, understandably, but it's $400 or $500 a ton when we're used to, 130. So
yeah,
we just don't have those kind of margins. So
yeah.
the other thing that's happening is everybody's dumping their herds into the market. So
Right.
the supply is so large that the prices are starting to become a all-time low. Um, so it'll be really interesting to see what happens. And it'll be interesting to see what happens next year with the grass. Um,
Right.
how will it recover when it hasn't been able to store water? But, maybe it'll rain all of August and maybe we'll get a ton of snow and it'll, we're not in charge. Well, it's a good reminder we're not in charge. Oh, yeah. How about you, Barb? You're a hay producer.
Yeah, yields are way down, and I've been irrigating second cutting, and it still doesn't even want to grow.
Yeah, and that's not.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I'll probably be cutting here next week just because it's not looking good, and it's just I gotta get it baled and in.
Yeah.
And this is my last year doing hay, so I've got to dump 450 customers on the market to try and find hay.
Ooh, ouch. I
Yep.
know that's hard for you. Yeah.
So yeah, it's interesting. I've not witnessed this in 30 years on the farm.
We ran out of water in the valley, and so that's what hay farmers, producers are just throwing up their hands and calling it. We'll just do what we can do, and yeah. So. On the bright side this morning at 6 o'clock, the Nez Perce Fisheries brought me a spawning Chinook. So, yeah, I know. I always run out the front doors going, woo! And they're like, oh my God, she's so crazy. But it's really exciting. So still hoping for some lamprey, but that'll happen.
So what did you do with that spawning Chinook?
It goes in the river. So right by my house, there's a bridge into the river, and they just net them and drop them in there. And sometimes just one or two at a time, which, it's a drive for them, and they're really making a huge effort to take anything extra and bring it here and put it in the river. So our stretch, because of OWEB, it's just such good work. So the water coming into the project that OWEB helps support is too warm, and by the time it comes out the other end of the ranch a couple miles, it's cold. It's dropped temperature so much. So these kind of projects really help a lot. So it goes a ways, and then there's another project. So we just got to fill in the blanks. Yeah.
Sounds like a great opportunity for telling the restoration story.
Yeah. I can't wait to show you guys in October the restoration story. So are we there, Barbara? Yeah.
Go for it, Liza Jane.
Okay. Welcome, everybody. Good morning. And Maida, we have a quorum again today. You're on mute, actually.
I couldn't get myself back to the right screen. We are very tight on quorum, potentially item J, the organizational collaboration grants. We'll look at quorum at that point in time.
Okay.
We may need to have the conversation and then come back about an hour later for the vote on that item.
Okay. Thank you.
But we have quorum other than that. So we will do a count at item J, and we will let you know.
Okay. Well, very good. I think I just want to welcome everybody. I hope you had a good evening. And and are ready for a really great agenda today. So we're going to get some good stuff done, and just happy always to see your faces. So
Oh, thanks, Liza Jane. So good morning, everybody. We're going to move on down to agenda H, and it's public comment. I don't know if we have anybody signed up. Maida, April?
We have Jan Lee is signed up this morning for public comment, and she is going to be sharing a slide. I think April's going to assist her with that.
Okay. And you said there was another one also? Okay.
April, did we just have Jan signed up? Did we have anybody else?
No, just Jan this morning.
And then the written one we received is going to be under council capacity, correct?
That is correct.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. All right, Jan, are you on the phone?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry to take your time again today, but Kelly had a slide yesterday on our public relations program that she wanted the board to see, so I said I would take care of it this morning. And basically what it does is it focuses on the 14 articles that have been published in reference to projects that are done in cooperation with OWEB. You can see for yourself what some of those projects are. A great one was the cheatgrass and the pandemic funding for drought that was down in the Lakeview area with both the district and the council. This does not include the this does not include the salmon plate auction pieces that have been done separately that include ORCP and 11 other entities who are attempting to sell those first 20 plates at some fair prices to put some more money on the ground. So thank you very much for your time this morning.
So Jan or Maida, this is Barbara for the record. Hey, I've been having trouble getting on for that salmon plate. Is anybody else attempted?
I have gotten on, but it gave me a buying restriction after at a fairly low level. And so I'm trying to figure out why that is.
All right, well,
I'll mention it to Kelly. Her staff is running that and they can check it out. Thank you for
Actually,
sharing that.
April is actually helping us manage it. So I'm going to be following up with
Okay.
April at lunchtime.
okay.
That's
Thank you.
right. April took that over.
All right,
Thank you.
thank you. All
just
right.
quick
Go ahead,
comment, Barbara, on the salmon plate in the future, if we could somehow work with DMV to make those available for farm plates, that might be kind of an awesome opportunity. Farm plates are just, you renew them every year, and they're the old blue and yellow. That's your option. So that would be kind of cool. Okay, thank you, Jan, very much for joining us this morning and your presentation. Let's move to agenda item I, and that's the Council Operating Capacity Grant Awards. Is it page 70 for some and 110 for others?
It is page 70 for some and 60 higher than that. So 130 for others. It's 60 pages off, and that's because of that submission from the Watershed Council.
Okay, thank you, Maida. So let's hear from Courtney.
All right,
and Courtney, I don't know if you heard yesterday, you got great kudos for your professional assistance and making people, our grantees' life better. So I want to make sure you knew that.
Well, thank you. For the record, Courtney Schaff, Business Operations Manager. I did not hear that, but thank you for sharing, Liza Jane. I was sorry to miss the board meeting yesterday. I heard that everything went well. So it's nice to see everyone this morning. So this is agenda item I, and it is on the PDF portion. So it does sound like there's a couple different versions going on. So I was going to reference page numbers, but it sounds like I'll skip through that. I'm going to just take a minute to orient you to the staff report. Eric Hartstein is going to share my PowerPoint for me when I get there. And then at the end of the PowerPoint presentation, I will reference the one public comment letter that we received. We'll talk about that. Then there'll be opportunity for board discussion, and then we will take a motion and see where we go. So the staff report, attachment A in the staff report includes a map of all the locally recognized watershed councils in the state. Attachment B is the merit criteria. Attachment C is the staff funding recommendation. And then we have the evaluations after that. I did want to reference the 2 evaluations that you will probably want to potentially reference during the presentation today, which are the Tillamook Bay Watershed Council and the Valley of the Rogue. In my version of the PDF, it is pages 81 and 82 for the Tillamook Bay Watershed Council and 134 and pages 135 for the Valley of the Rogue Watershed Council. So that's just a quick orientation to everything. Eric, will you pull up the PowerPoint for me?
Sure. Can you see it?
Yep, great. Thanks,
Okay.
Eric.
Yep.
One of the things I want to point out, typically when I put together this PowerPoint presentation each biennium, I throw in all these great pictures of the restoration projects our councils have done the previous biennium. This time, I reached out to our local partners and asked them to send me pictures of life during COVID. I thought it would be a really great opportunity to share with all of you. Our councils have done amazing work throughout the biennium, but they've done it despite many challenges. And so I've got some great pictures from our local partners holding meetings outside, doing projects with masks on. And so I just thought it would be a great opportunity to share a little bit of a perspective of what our councils have been going throughout this biennium. All right, Eric, next slide. So I'm going to go through a little bit of the history of council capacity grants, highlight some of the lessons learned that we had because we did do a streamlined application process this biennium, review the eligibility and merit criteria and the difference between those two, and then talk through the staff funding recommendation. And at that same time, I will talk about the one public comment letter we received. Next slide. So one of the things that's really always important for all of us to ground ourselves in every time we do these council capacity grant awards is watershed councils are locally based. They are recognized by local county governments. They are defined in statute, but they are independent organizations. Many are now 501c3s with boards and staff. Some still work in collaborative and cooperative relationships with local districts, soil and water conservation districts, and don't have a 501c3 status. But in any case, these organizations set up themselves in a way that makes sense for their local community. They have board members and elect those board members, again, dependent on their bylaws, and they operate as independent organizations. OWEB is a funder, and we may provide funding to those watershed councils, and we set up funding criteria and evaluation criteria, just like we do for the rest of our grant programs. And we evaluate those proposals to funding based on those eligibility and merit criteria that have been adopted by the OWEB board. Next slide. So this is just a really great perspective that I like to point out is these are the maps. This is a map of all the locally recognized watershed councils in the state. One of the things to point out is we do not fund every locally recognized watershed council in the state. In 2013, the board adopted a new policy direction to build capacity and encourage watershed councils to collaborate, combine, and share resources when appropriate. The idea behind this and then the adoption of the rules was that the board decided to cap the number of individual council capacity grant applications at no more than 64 applications. So councils' geographies can change. New councils can pop up, but we decided that based on the geography of the map in 2013, we weren't going to fund any more watershed councils than that. Since that time, we've seen the merger of the Rogue River Watershed Council. We have seen some councils go away and new councils evolve in their geography. But that was the policy direction that the board set in June 2013, and that is what's that direction staff continue to follow throughout our whole council capacity review process. Next slide. This is shows the funding history of watershed councils since 1997 when we started providing operating capacity grants. And currently, over the last few biennia, the board has awarded the exact same funding amount to councils and districts. And you did award the district capacity funding yesterday when you adopted the spending plan, and that is directed to MEDA. And we work with ODA to execute those grant agreements over the next couple of weeks. Next slide, please.
Courtney, this is Barbara. I have a quick question. On the map, sorry, back at the map, you know, at the funding table, the recommendation funding table, it says Valley of the Rogue, Watershed Council, and Tillamook. But I see on the map that those two don't match on the map. Like Tillamook's blue, and then the Valley of the Rogue is left blank. I'm just trying to figure that coloring out.
Yeah, there is the coloring is just to differentiate who the neighbors are. This is a stable map that we don't change based on the funding recommendation. So this is just a map that lives on our website.
Okay.
So the colors don't mean anything.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And Randy, did you have a question?
Randy? Is your hand up on purpose, Randy? Do you have a question?
Sorry, Courtney. Randy Labby, public at large, for the record. On the east side there, you show Lower Willow Creek Working Group and Bully Creek Watershed Coalition. What is the distinction there?
Yep, Eric, if you could go back again, please. For the record, Courtney Schaff. So what we have here, and again, this is one of the things that's why I say this is a map of all locally recognized watershed councils. So local governments can identify and recognize and create a watershed council. So when you see the Lower Willow Creek Working Group and the Bully Creek one, and then you see the Malheur Watershed Council, those were recognized by the Malheur County government as watershed councils. Malheur Watershed Council is the watershed council for that geography. Those working groups, I don't think are as active as they were 5 and 10 years ago, but they are officially and have recognition documentation that OWEB has, so we include them on the map as a locally recognized watershed council.
Okay,
even though we don't provide individual grants to those groups.
Okay.
Other questions? All right. Thanks, Eric. So in December, the board adopted or approved for staff to roll out a streamlined application process in response to many of the challenges that our councils were facing due to COVID-19. We did run a full review process for those councils that were new applicants to OWEB or previous do not fund watershed councils, but everyone else went through a streamlined application process. So we announced the application right after the board meeting in December. And then what I do is send out initially monthly emails, then we get closer to the application deadline. I actually send an email reminder out every Monday morning to all the councils, reminding them of the application deadline and any helpful hints that have come up to help the application process be easier for the councils. Typically, you know, we get a lot of questions and we respond to those. I respond to those questions in emails and phone calls, and then try to provide those helpful hints and answer questions proactively in those weekly email updates I provide. One of the aha moments through the streamlined application process is we only asked applicants to really answer 2 questions in the application in the streamlined process. And applicants did an amazing, thorough job in answering those two questions. And so what that taught me is maybe we need to relook at the application before we get to the next cycle and really streamline it and make sure we are only asking the necessary information so that we can really get those thoughtful responses that we did get. And councils provided a lot of information on their successes. A lot of restoration technical assistance projects continued despite the challenges of COVID-19, and many councils developed new partnerships and made great progress on existing partnerships. One of the things that we also learned is councils provided a lot of voluntary information on a lot of the work they had been doing related to DEI work in their councils. Many councils spent the last couple of years updating their bylaws and really thinking about what does membership mean in their councils. Is membership tied to land ownership? Does that really make sense? Is that equitable for everybody that they want to engage in their communities? A lot of councils developed diversity and equity and inclusion committees of their boards to start thinking about board recruitment, volunteer recruitment. How are they engaging in their communities? Is there a better way that they can do it? How can they challenge themselves to truly be representative of their whole watershed? Lots and lots of online training, which was great to see boards really striving to continue to improve both organizationally and push themselves to do training through diversity, equity, and inclusion. All right, next slide, please. I want to take a quick moment just to talk about the whole council capacity process. So again, after we announce the application, folks then submit their applications through our online system. The first thing we do is what's called an eligibility check, and that is to make sure that those things that we have required to be eligible to apply for funding are present. It is not a quality check of how those things are being implemented in the council. It is simply a presence absence. Do their bylaws have appropriate things for board and membership? Do they have the correct policies and procedures in place? So we do all of that first. All of our councils met that eligibility review. Except, and I'll touch a little bit on the nuances of the Tillamook when we get there. We then, the local RPRs and myself then meet to do that initial merit review where we are now looking at our merit criteria and talking about whether the councils are meeting those merit criteria. So are they actually implementing those policies and procedures in their bylaws in a way that they are supposed to? Then for this biennium, because of our streamlined process, only those councils that were new or previously do not fund go to the secondary review. And that's when we bring in an external review team and we meet and we interview those councils and their boards. And then we talk about whether those councils meet the merit criteria. We release those evaluations and develop a staff funding recommendation. And then we come here and ask for board award. So next slide. So here are just quickly touching base on the eligibility criteria. With the eligibility criteria, we're really looking to make sure that councils have those bylaws and policies and procedures in place so that they have set themselves up to be successful, that they can be effective and accountable for public funds, that they are following the intent of a watershed council, and that we are encouraging and seeing collaboration amongst organizations. As I said, it's really a presence absence check. Do they have it? Do they have the best practices in place so that they are setting themselves to be successful? Next slide. The eligibility criteria is really when we dive in to see, are they operating the way we want them to? Are they doing best practices for effective management and governance? Are they planning? And are they making progress in planning? Are they making progress in doing on-the-ground restoration work? And are they engaging their local communities? So this is where we're really checking to see, are they doing it? Are they doing what we want them to be doing? And this is where we often have a lot of conversations with the RPRs who have a lot of insights first on managing project grants. And we look at how they are operating within their communities and with us as a funder to come up with our recommendation, whether they meet the merit criteria or they don't. Next slide. So this is the staff funding recommendation. And as I mentioned earlier, in attachment C is the staff funding recommendation in your board book. So you'll have the, we have 56 watershed councils that we are recommending for full funding. 55 of those are being recommended at $131,465,000. I do want to just point out that we have one council that is recommended for higher funding, and that is because it has merged. So it's the merger of the 4 Rogue River watershed councils. In last biennium, the board did adopt a merger funding policy saying that we would provide ongoing additional support to organizations that had merged. To date, the Rogue River Watershed Council is our only merged watershed council, but if other councils were to merge in the future, we would apply that same funding policy to those councils if they were to merge in the future, and they would receive additional funding. I also want to point out that some of the evaluations, if you read through all of the evaluations in your board book, some of them do have pretty specific funding conditions, special conditions. We add those. What we like to see is we like to see all of our councils in an upward trajectory, that they are essentially hitting home runs in all of our merit criteria. Sometimes we recognize that maybe someone is kind of going on and maybe their road is a little bumpier. And so we have conversations with those councils, and I have conversations with the RPRs. What kind of support do they need to be successful? How do we need to maybe communicating with them differently and checking in with them on a more regular basis to help get them through that bumpy road and on that consistent upward trajectory? So the conditions that we've included in the evaluations are really focused on increasing communication between OWEB and that council, and has typically been identified on an area that maybe they're struggling on. So the condition is really to making sure that they that we are helping them get over the rocky bumps in the road and staying on that positive trajectory.
So Courtney, this is Barbara for the record.
Yep.
I have a question. So the ongoing, refresh my memory as to what our policy is on that. How long do we supply support or ongoing support for mergers? Is it just one biennium?
No, so the board funding policy that was adopted last biennium is for ongoing permanent merger support. So it is, and I don't have the policy in front of me, but it is a calculation we apply to the base funding amount based on the number of organizations that merge. So if 2 organizations merge, they would get a small bonus. If 3 organizations merge, they would get a little bit larger bonus. And then 4 or more watershed councils that were to merge, they would get the highest available bonus. So we have said that it is ongoing permanent additional funding that would be provided each biennium with the Council Capacity Grant Award. Other questions on that?
Yeah, can I jump into the question? And I'm kind of reviewing the reports on 2 that were not recommended for funding. So this is really a process question. It looks like one of the issues flagged for one was a relational issue within the community. Let me see, it says the county commissioners actually rescinded this council's recognition. And you mentioned that part of the process, which obviously makes a lot of sense and is key. Is there, how does staff ensure that any potential conflict within that region is not based in political considerations versus, and so this is that fragile balance, right, between community relationships, which are key for any successful collaborative organizations. We're also seeing a time of increased politicization. Sorry, I'm not getting this word out right. And so how does staff navigate that determination to make sure that maybe the views of the leadership of a watershed council might not just be in conflict or even personality conflicts with other folks in decision-maker roles in the community, that it is, I could see things going one way or the other based on just some of the local and regional dynamics. And it's very complicated. So I'm just kind of curious as to staff's process, how you navigate through and consider this part of the application process.
Yes, thanks, Jamie. For the record, Courtney Schaff. And so we really try to have our ears listening to all aspects of the community. So specifically in the Tillamook case, and I will point out that Katie Duzek, our Region 1 program rep, is also on this morning, so she is welcome to jump in and add some more information. So yes, the Tillamook County did unrecognize the council. They have been re-recognized now as of our board meeting today. And we were hearing many local partners were raising concerns to various OWEB staff about the council's actions within the community, their relationships within the community, and the overall trajectory of the Watershed Council. We then we've had multiple meetings with the council over the last few years, and they went through the interview process. And really, I can say, Katie and I, in that council capacity merit review process, really stepped back and let our reviewers take the lead in interacting with and asking questions of those board members in the council. We really wanted to hear someone else's perspective and how they were, their insights to the board's responses to our questions and how the board is operating within that community. And those external reviewers came to the same conclusion, that the board still has not resolved their community issues and doesn't really have a plan for how they are going to repair those relationships and really get on a different trajectory to be engaging the whole community and identify what is their niche and how they're going to work with other restoration practitioners. So it's really important as we're going through this process that we are not just listening to one loud voice within a community, but that we are listening to everybody and taking in all of that information as we develop our funding recommendations.
Thank you. And I realize that Jane McLeod-Skinner, for the record. I recognize also in that application, there were other challenges that Watershed Council was facing, but just for that specific criteria, I was just kind of curious of the process, but that's very helpful. Thank you very much.
Other questions? The other thing that I want to point out is we strive each biennium to give the councils and the districts about a 3% cost of living increase. This biennium is a little bit more than that. There are a lot of complexities. There's different numbers of councils that we fund. There's different number of districts that we fund, and we're trying to give them as much of a funding increase as we can each biennium. So it's always great when we can maximize the amount of funding that we are getting out to our watershed councils and our districts. All right, next slide. So the next thing I just want to touch on is, again, the Do Not Fund, and Jamie did raise the two of them. So we have two Do Not Fund councils this biennium. The first is the Tillamook Bay Watershed Council. It was also a Do Not Fund last biennium, and it's never an easy decision for us. I work closely with MEDA and our RPRs. Katie Duzek is the Region 1 RPR. Mark Grembemmer is our Region 2, where the Valley of the Rogue is located. And then Liz Redon is our Region 3 program rep, where the Sandy River Basin Watershed Council is located. And I will touch on that soon. So when we get to the Do Not Fund recommendation, we are really thinking about all of our merit criteria. And does that council have the ability to get themselves on a positive trajectory if we were providing them council support funding? And for both of the recommendations, there are enough concerns with the operations of the board, with the vision of the council of who they're collaborating with and where they see themselves heading in the next 2 years, and the relationships they've built, their plan for on-the-ground restoration and for engaging the local community, their plan for planning the work of the council. There were enough red flags for both of these councils compared to our merit criteria that we were not comfortable recommending them for funding at this time. I am with each of the local RPRs meeting with these councils in the next couple of weeks to have follow-up conversations to continue to talk about what our concerns were, what are other opportunities that we can help the councils pursue throughout the next biennium, and how can we provide them support to help them continue to head in the right direction. And they are eligible to apply for other OWEB grants, and they are also eligible to apply for future council capacity funding in a future biennium. Are there any questions on the Tillamook Bay or Valley of the Rogue before I talk about the Sandy River Basin Watershed Council and the one public comment letter we received?
So does
Courtney,
anybody have any? Go ahead.
Oh, excuse me,
Okay.
Barbara. Yeah, I didn't know if who you can see, what you can see, so I just spoke up.
Can't.
Okay. I'm thinking about the two councils that are not recommended for funding, and it looks like at least Tillamook did not get funded the last round either. And I'm wondering about the interface between the issues that they have for this grant and the other, like open solicitation grants, for example, and how much of a handicap these challenges are in the open solicitation, for example, arena, and just if there's anything to be done to try to boost this council. You see what I'm saying, I think.
Yes,
yeah.
Yes. For the record, Courtney Schaff and Katie, feel free to jump in. So and I'm actually going to talk about both communities. So both in the Valley of the Rogue and in the Tillamook Bay area, there are many other restoration practitioners doing work on the ground. And so I want to emphasize for the board that there is not a gap in restoration actions in either one of these communities. In both communities, restoration actions have been ongoing over the last few years, even without a council present. And prior to our decision to not fund the Tillamook Bay Watershed Council, they were also already working closely with the Salmon Super Highway group partnership, which was doing many restoration projects within the Tillamook Basin. And Katie, do you want to speak at all to the restoration actions that the Tillamook Watershed Council has or has not done through OWEB funding in the last
Sure,
few
thank
years?
you, Courtney. For the record, Katie Duzick, the regional program representative for Region 1, which encompasses the geography of the Tillamook Bay Council. And so the Tillamook Bay Council has been pursuing restoration work over the last several bienniums. They've had a few small grants with our small grant program. They also have been working with the Salmon Superhighway on some culvert replacements for fish passage. But primarily those projects have been managed by other entities in the region. The Watershed Council has also been involved in some fire restoration after some small regional fires that occurred last summer. So they have been active with restoration. And as Courtney mentioned, there's a number of other groups working on restoration in Tillamook County. We have Trout Unlimited is leading the Salmon Superhighway effort and really bringing stakeholders together in Tillamook Bay. And also the Nature Conservancy has been active. And we also have the Tillamook SWCD, which is serving working lands in the area, and the Tillamook Estuaries Partnership, which is focused primarily in the lower reaches of the watershed. And so all the partners are working together in various contexts, and work is happening. So the projects that the Watershed Council has been involved in have been on the smaller side, understandably, without receiving council capacity funding. But I have been in contact with some of the board members about pursuing technical assistance grants to help the council develop projects. So, thanks.
Thank you. Thanks to both of you.
Alan, you have a question? And
No,
then
I don't have a question. I just wanted to kind of reinforce what Katie and Courtney was saying, that OWEB does have strong expectations of its watershed councils, and it's important for the councils to be solid in order to do the work that they do. If they're not there, I just wanted to reinforce the point that Katie was bringing, that Katie really hit on, and Courtney hit on, is that there are options for them to get funding in different programs through OWEB, even if they don't get the council support grants. That's often a good point for them to reorganize, restart things, move forward again. And like Courtney said, and Katie said, our staff are meeting with those councils to try to get them back on track. So there's lots of opportunities for councils to pull their bootstraps up and move forward again. And I trust the staff in identifying where the strengths and weaknesses are and when we should and shouldn't support councils in the capacity grant side of things. But again, there's opportunities for them to grow even if we don't get the council grant, the council capacity support grant. So I just wanted to repeat that, reinforce that.
thank you, Alan. Jamie?
Thank you. And I apologize that I think I asked these questions in reverse. And so, Courtney, I jumped ahead on this question or to this topic, my previous question, but this question is really to your previous comments. You're talking more about the criteria. So thank you, Katie, also for your explanation. So this, if I could just touch on one of the, your slide talked about the goals of the merit review, and I'm also on page, what page am I on? I think 133 of the packet. The second part of the review, or I mean, sorry, point 3 was talking about incorporating a balance of the interest and effective persons as required by ORS 541.910. And I was just looking at that real quickly because I'm thinking about this in the context of our DEI work and our strategic plan to include non-traditional partners in our work. And I fully appreciate that per the funding requirements, Measure 76, that we can't specifically fund DEI work, but I'm trying to look at, what voices are incorporated in the watershed. And so this, and so I guess the overall question is whether the review piece includes a consideration review of whether non-traditional voices and stakeholders are being included in the discussion. And I noticed just in this ORS section, it talks about the watershed council can be new or existing organization as long as it represents a balance of interested, effective persons within the watershed. And I think that definition has been evolving, especially in the last couple of years. And so my question is whether the conversations we've been having about DEI, about non-traditional folks and voices being at the table, if that's part of the review criteria and the conversation specifically with our watershed councils.
For the record, Courtney Schaff. Jamie, I would say we are starting to get there. So it has not been historically part of the conversation as we've all been evolving with our thought process about non-traditional stakeholders and what does it look like to engage them. So for the last few biennia, it has very much been cut and dry. Our councils engaging with the traditional partners that they should be engaging with, and not just one section of your typical restoration community. What I'm seeing and excited about through the adoption of our strategic plan, through the DEI board committee conversations and the ongoing conversations at the board level, is I think as we look towards our next evaluation, I would love to continue these conversations, communicate out in advance to our watershed councils about maybe the different types of questions and how we might be looking at that evaluation criteria differently, and give them enough notice so that they can be prepared for us to have those conversations when we do the evaluation next biennium.
That's very fair, and I appreciate that's part of staff's consideration. I would even throw out an encouragement to have a conversation among staff and to potentially queue up for board consideration if we're still in this interim period and this evolution period, to potentially even reward that really leaning into doing this work with additional allocation or additional resources that are not tied in and wouldn't be countered by the argument, against the funding. And it's not specifically DEI works. I know sometimes that part is carved out and kind of othered with regard to funding mechanisms. But to me, it really gets specifically to this ORS requirement to incorporate more members of the community. And then just the other point, this talks about a high level of citizen involvement. And I don't know when the appropriate time may be to have this conversation, but I would really encourage we shift that word from citizen to resident, so we're not, again, leaving folks out. But if you could queue that up for the next time we look at this, I'd greatly appreciate that.
Thank you.
I might suggest, Jamie, thanks for that comment, that this is, again, is a perfect thing that we can work through our committee process to talk about. I think there are things we could tee up here at the board meeting, but I think working this through one of our committees and the coordinating committee would be a great approach to take for our next spending plan. So thank you for raising that.
Are there any questions or comments for Courtney right now? Or Katie? Okay, thank you. Carry on.
Thank you. So for the record, Courtney Schaff, the next thing I want to touch on is the one public comment letter we did receive regarding the Sandy River Basin Watershed Council. So as noted in the public comment letter, the Watershed Council did miss our application deadline. And so I just wanted to touch on a little bit some background information and some context for the board. So in early 2001, the council did reach out to Liz Redon, the Willamette Valley program rep, and myself, and asked for a meeting. So Liz and I did meet with the council sometime prior to the application deadline. And at that time, the council shared with us that they were having some staffing, some financial, and some legal challenges. And so we talked through those. We talked through the role of OWEB, the things that we needed to be aware of, the things that were obviously personal to the council. And we said, we don't need to know that information. We just want to navigate and work with you as your funder. And we were very clear with the council that we appreciated their transparency and communication. We also told the council at that time that because they were sharing with us this information, we would ask them to not do the streamlined application process and ask them to fill out the complete application, and that we would be sending them through the secondary review process, because we thought it would be really important to have our external reviewers look at that application against all of the merit criteria based on the information that they had shared with us. So then we went through the application timeline and the regular email announcements that I sent out, and reminders that of the application deadline. The application deadline did come, and the Sandy River Basin Watershed Council did miss that application deadline. And they are the only watershed council under our new online system that has missed the deadline. And OWEB's policy has been, since we adopted our new online application system, is that we do not accept applications after the deadline. The council did reach out and talk to Liz, and Liz and I also have met with the board chair. And we explained OWEB's approach, and though we are empathetic that the council missed the deadline and that they are going through staffing and financial challenges, Staff are not of the opinion that we should change our policy that applies to all of our grant programs, that we should accept and we don't think we should accept an application after the deadline has passed. The council has submitted and provided to the board the public comment letter and the application. I will tell you that I have not reviewed the application, and if the board directs staff to do so, we would be happy to do that and come back with additional information in the future. And I would then just see if there's any questions on the Sandy River Basin public comment letter.
This is Liza Jane for the record. I just want to let the board know also that Margaret is on the phone. However, so she's available for direct questions to her regarding this topic.
So Liza Jane, Barbara Boyer for the record. I've got a question for, or just a question for Courtney. So I really appreciate all the work you guys did to help this particular watershed council, pull through to get, to the app, to get to the application stage. But, I'm not in support of, funding them with their late application. But I'm curious, have you done a full review, or are you thinking about doing a full evaluation on them?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, what I would say is I have not reviewed the application at this time. If the board was interested in knowing OWEB's evaluation of the council against the merit criteria, I would ask the board to give staff time to complete that evaluation. And we could come back at the October board meeting with the result of that evaluation, but it has not happened at this time.
Okay, thank you. Jamie, and then Alan.
Yeah, thank you very much for that description. And I know, Courtney, you answered some of the questions I had that I'd emailed in previously. So great job of including that in your comments. And then I do note also that from the comment letter, it provides an explanation, which otherwise would have been my question to the Watershed Council as to why the application came in late. I do want to say that I think it's absolutely appropriate for staff to make recommendations based on policy. I think it's good policy that we have in place. I will also say that having led a nonprofit, and the fact that a lot of the folks who work in these organizations have other roles and responsibilities on the side. And the thing also is that, as we were talking about yesterday, just how critically important partnerships are in this time of limited resources and conflict over resources. I wanted to just, this is more of a comment than a question, just really flag for the board that I think it, while we want to not set precedent and make that part really clear, that this is an exceptional time. And I think I would encourage my colleagues to consider referring this back to staff for review. It does need to be fully reviewed per Courtney's comments, but I do think that given the times we're in, the fact we're looking at biennium funding, it would be wise to make sure that we're supporting as many partnerships as possible during a really crucial time.
Thank you, Jamie. Alan. And then we're kind of running over here. So this agenda item does continue after our break. So unless there's somebody just really squirming, we'll have Alan's question and comment and then take a quick break, if that's all right.
Thanks, Liza Jane. Alan Henning for the record. Courtney, just a quick question. Prior to the application deadline, how often did you reach out to the council to remind them they needed to submit their application by a certain time frame?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, I have an email list of all the watershed councils that are eligible to apply for the council capacity application. And so I send that email out every I have a tickler in my calendar every Monday morning for 5 weeks before the application deadline. Councils get a reminder with the helpful hints. And I do double check that email. If I get bounce backs or emails don't go through, I make sure that that email list is up to date each week so that everyone is getting a reminder for 5 weeks up to that application deadline. And try to prioritize questions and emails and phone calls from councils during that time period to help them make sure that they can successfully submit that application on time.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you. Let's take a 10-minute break. And so that would be 9:05. We'll come back. Great. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Courtney.
All right.
All right, everybody, it's 9:05. I want to welcome you all back. And we're going to continue our conversation with item number I, council capacity grants. Courtney, is there anything else you wanted to add?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, I don't have any other information to provide. So I will turn it over to the co-chairs.
All right, are there any questions or comments or deeper conversations we need to have? So I guess I want to have the conversation with the board about which one? The one we were just talking about, the Sandy
River Basin Watershed
Sandy
Council.
River Basin, yes. I mean, I'd like to hear the thoughts on some from, I just want to kind of play off Jamie's comments on that particular application. So go ahead, Meg.
Thank you, Barbara. Meg Reeves here. I guess I have a question and a comment. My question is, are there ever circumstances in which a granting agency waives a deadline for submissions? Because it does seem like it's like the most fundamental basic thing that an applicant has to meet is to get the application in on time. And I just don't know in the world in which we are, in our industry, for lack of a better word, you know, is there any convention? I mean, do funding agencies sometimes waive this, or is it really kind of, does it rarely, if ever, happen?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, I have a great example, Meg, that I can provide. So actually for the application deadline, and I think it was last biennium, but again, sometimes the years run together. We had the big winter storm, and there was a lot of snow in the Eugene area. There was a lot of power outages, and we had multiple watershed council staff that actually couldn't get out of their homes. So many trees were down. There was power outages in some places for a couple weeks. So we actually moved the deadline back a couple weeks to be responsive to the fact that we had a significant number of our applicants that couldn't get power and were unable to submit the application. And so we did, as a whole, move the application deadline back to be responsive to that natural disaster that they could not have mitigated otherwise. And so that is an example of a time when we've changed the application deadline as a whole.
Mm-hmm. Not for circumstances specific to a particular applicant, but across a range of applicants.
That is correct. We have not changed the deadline for one specific applicant.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Brenda, you have your hand raised?
Yeah, thank you, Barbara. So I do understand Jamie's point, and I appreciate the fact that we are in unusual times. But I do think it does present us with the potential for a slippery slope here. You know, what if we're going to make an exception here, under what circumstances do we make exceptions in the future? So if we do make an exception, my suggestion is that we be very clear about why and under what circumstances in the future exceptions might be made then too.
Any other comments or questions on that?
Bruce has his hand up.
It's not showing up on my screen. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Bruce.
He actually physically raised it for you.
Old scale.
Oh, thank you.
Sorry, Barbara. I have really conflicting feelings on this. How, and you may have mentioned it, Courtney, how late was the application?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, so the system closed down, and so I don't know at what time. Our system is set to lock, so folks cannot submit and continue to work in and save changes to their application after the application deadline. I don't know how long after the application deadline it would have taken for the Sandy River Basin Watershed Council to complete their application and hit submit. The applicant did leave a message for Liz Redon a few minutes before 5, and then was able to reach me about 2 minutes before 5. I was still working and I had my phone on, and we did talk. And at that time, our system works in a way that if you try to hit submit, it tells you what things are still blank in your application, what you need to fix before you can hit submit, so that we only receive complete applications. And they had a long list of errors that they still needed to complete, blank boxes essentially in the application that had not been yet completed at that time.
Barbara, I have a comment.
Go ahead.
This is Liza Jane for the record. As a director of a nonprofit for about 15 years that was funded by grants, the pain and suffering I went through, and the hours of not sleeping to make sure that I got the grant turned in by the deadline. I think a lot of you can relate to that. And I know there's lots of things that come up. I wrote a federal grant one time that I forgot to save, and about 6 hours before it was due. So, you know, there's things that come up, and I think that deadline's really important. I think the precedent we would set, we would regret. It's unfortunate, but once you let one go, it's really hard to come back with the struggles that another group is having to meet that deadline. So that's why it's called deadline. It's a so I'm sorry, and it's regrettable, but I really feel strongly about having those things that you can hold on to as a line.
All right, Alan, and then Jason.
Thanks, Barbara. Alan Henning for the record. The Watershed Council's delay in getting their application was due to extenuating circumstances that caused that delay. And my concern about going against our policy is that those extenuating circumstances still haven't been resolved. I mean, for council to go from a fairly good standing to not being able to get their application in raises some very red flags for me. And what I would be concerned about is that we fund a council where the regional rep has to spend a lot of time with that council to get them back on track. I would rather have the council work to get their base solid again, if in fact the base is not solid, and then come back to us for support the next biennium. I just think that we would be on much better ground, and we wouldn't be asking the regional reps to have to focus so much on one particular area, although I know they would, and they often do, but they've got to have a fair shot at things as well. So I would not support changing our policy. I would hold to our policy.
Thank you, Alan. Jason and then Meg.
Great, thanks, Barbara. I want to echo what Alan had said, and I kind of subscribe to the three what's: what went wrong, what's missing, what's next. And I think we know what went wrong. We also know what's missing. And so for me, it's the what's next. And I do agree that at this point in time, changing process or policy is difficult. It is a slippery slope, as Brenda said. But I do think it paves the point of what do we do to support the council down the road to make sure that the next round they're right on track where they need to be. So I think that what next is where our focus needs to be. And I think we have tremendous staff that are working through that process as well. And they really put a lot of effort into these councils. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Jason. Meg?
Thank you, Barbara. Meg Reeves. Other people have covered my thinking too. I'm wary of waiving this deadline in these circumstances, or well, maybe any circumstances that are specific to a particular applicant. But for all the reasons people have identified it, I'm not in support of doing so here.
Thank you, Meg. Any other questions? So do we need a vote on this particular one individually?
For the record, Maida Lofskern, you can approach this two different ways. There's a draft motion that is the line item approval. You can consider that motion, and somebody can amend that motion by adding in funding for the Sandy River Basin Watershed Council. So you can amend to add them in, or you could consider a separate motion up front to add them to the list and then approve the list as adjusted. So either way is acceptable.
Okay, thank you. All right, are there any other questions for Courtney on any of the grants, capacity grants? All right, not hearing any or seeing anybody's hand raised. Does anybody want to make the motion?
I'll make the motion. It's Meg Reeves, and I move the board award the 2021-2023 council capacity grants as described in attachment C with an award date of July 1st, 2021.
Brenda McComb, second.
It's been moved by Meg, seconded by Brenda. Any further discussion?
Yeah, if I may,
Jamie.
thanks. If I may just comment, I intended on, as previously noted, including a recommendation that the Sandy River Watershed Council application be referred to staff for review and to be brought back at the next next board meeting. I do really appreciate the comments made by my colleagues. I do think these are exceptional times. I also just appreciate the thoughtfulness that all my colleagues have put into this consideration. And I think they're fair comments all around. I do want to flag the fact that there was a conversation to Bruce's question. There was an attempt. This is not like it was, neglected and it came back weeks later. There was an attempt the day of the due date to still make a good faith effort to get the application in. But, I think my colleagues have made very fair comments. I do think the late policy that we have in place is an important one to remain in effect. but I will also flag the fact that, you know, these are exceptional times, and I was going to ask for board consideration of this fuller review, but I think that's taken place, and I think that it sounds like that motion would fail just based on comments. So just want to appreciate the thoughtfulness that each board member put into this consideration, and my request for you to consider it. But given the fact that consideration has taken place based on the comments, I will support the motion as made, and appreciate again the consideration of my colleagues.
Thank you, Jamie. All right, so we have a motion on the floor. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye. Raise your hand and say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed, nay. All right, motion passes unanimously. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Courtney. Great job as always, team.
Enjoy the sunshine, Courtney.
Oh, I have one
Gosh.
more agenda item. I'm not gone yet.
Oh, okay. I was like, wow. Go ahead.
All right. The next agenda item is agenda item J. I guess I should let our co-chairs introduce it for the record.
I'm showing we're supposed to go on break. No?
I'm sorry, Courtney. We had at 9, which was 9:05, we had this last agenda item, which was I. It was continued. And we have another break at 9:45. So let's see. That's lovely. However, how are you guys doing? Would you like to just go ahead with Courtney's next section, or show of hands? Yes, you're good.
Yes.
Okay.
Let's go for it.
Yeah, we'll make up for that later. So, I'd like to have Courtney move forward with agenda item J, which is our organizational collaboration grants. And page 136 and 196 possibly in our board books. Thank you.
Thank you, Liza Jane. For the record, Courtney Schaff. Yes, so this is agenda item J, organizational collaboration grants. And so again, Eric Hartstein has been kind enough to run my PowerPoint for me. And he will bring that up. Thank you, Eric. Yep, it's great. And you can just go ahead and go to the second slide. So these are, so when we are in person, Maida and I often arm wrestle for who has the best job at OWEB. I like to claim it because I get to work with all of our local organizations and the local partnerships. And she has to deal with all of us. So I think I win. So these grants are just really grew out of in 2013 when the board made that policy direction about encouraging councils to collaborate and share administrative cost, is really when the idea of these organizational collaboration grants came about. So I'm going to talk about the history of these grants, what the merit criteria are, and then talk about the staff funding recommendation. So Eric, next slide. So again, we first offered these back in 2013, and we've only funded 8 for just around $450,000 since we implemented these grants. They are really meant to be quick turnaround grants to provide opportunities to really leverage collaboration when it is happening, when there is momentum with a partnership, and we can have a fairly quick turnaround grant opportunities to support organizations that want to come together to really change how they operate in order to facilitate improved stakeholder engagement and restoration work on the ground. So we have funded mergers. The most prominent grant that we have funded was the merger of the 4 Rogue River watershed councils. We have funded shared services models, the development of MOUs across multiple organizations to really change from a transactional to a more collaborative opportunity to fund organizations to get restoration work done, co-locating and shared services. And it's really fun. It's a unique approach to grant making. I work really closely with these partnerships when we invest in a grant, often answering a lot of questions, attending meetings, talking about what's eligible for funding and what's not eligible for funding, and just really fun. The other thing that's unique about these grants is we actually offer the opportunity for failure. We want groups to be able to take a little bit of a risk when they enter into an organizational collaboration grant. And we all know sometimes collaboration doesn't work out. Sometimes we do some investigating, we have some conversations, and maybe it's not in the best interest of everyone to move forward with that collaboration. And so groups can opt out if they receive one of these grants, and they still have to report on what was accomplished and lessons learned, but we don't make them repay the funds if for some reason the collaboration doesn't get all the way through to the end. Next slide, please. So our rules for this grant offering are based in our technical assistance rules. And when we are evaluating the applications, we are looking for how they are going to be engaging with stakeholders, how they're going to engage with their staff, their boards, and the stakeholders of each collaborating organization. Obviously, proposal clarity, technical soundness. Are they using the right tools? Do they have the right facilitators they want to work with? Are they thinking about the challenges that they have to overcome in these conversations? And then their organizational capacity to actually get the work done that they're proposing. Collaboration takes time and energy. It's not easy. And these kinds of collaborations that are coming to us through these proposals are typically big lifts. And so we're making sure that there really is the commitment to work together and the capacity to get that work done. Next slide, please. So for these grants, we actually do require an upfront consultation. It's a very informal consultation, but it's an opportunity to really make sure the applicant understands what's eligible under this grant, what we're looking for, the timeline. And so really it's just a dialogue. The review process is also a little different. We have an interview with OWEB staff and with external reviewers. What we're looking for in the interview process is really commitment. So we ask staff and board members from each partnering organization to participate in the interview process. And so we're looking for openness to change, willingness to attend meetings, dive in, do this hard work together. They don't have to have all the answers. They don't have to know everything that they want to do. The whole proposal A to Z doesn't have to be lined out, but are they willing to commit to do the work and to find a solution? And do they have a shared vision of what is the challenge they're trying to overcome and what are the types of solutions that they want to form together? After that interview process, board develop staff develop board recommendations, and we're here today. So next slide, please. The staff recommendation today has been quite a while in the works. We had this grant offering open prior to our funding pause last year. And so we asked the applicants to, hold off, please don't submit their applications. We were on a funding pause. And then when we reopened up in January, we put out the grant announcement again, and we did receive 4 applications for funding. So this slide lists those 4 applicants. That's not necessarily the names of the partnerships. So we have one application in from the Coos and Coquille Watershed Councils. We have an application in from the Umatilla SWCD and the Umatilla Weed Board. And then we have an application in from the Upper Willamette Stewardship Network and the Confluence. Briefly, I want to talk about the 2 that are not recommended for funding. So the Confluence and the Upper Willamette Stewardship Network have both previously applied and received organizational collaboration grants. These organizations are doing excellent work in their communities and making amazing progress on the collaborations that they have proposed. And And they are making really good progress at working collaboratively at engaging stakeholders and getting restoration work done on the ground. However, the two proposals that they submitted for funding for this round are very high level. Very much both of them are looking for general partnership collaboration support, and neither proposal has a really specific deliverable that they are proposing that aligns with the purposes of this grant program. So even though they are doing great work and very worthy of partnership capacity funding, that's not the intent of this grant program. And we've communicated that to both of those organizations. What I've suggested, and both organizations have taken me up on this suggestion, is that we meet after the board action today and have a follow-up conversation about what are the aspects of their proposals that they submitted to us that do align with this grant offering, and maybe they could resubmit in the future if they are so interested in moving forward with something specific, a specific deliverable that aligns with this grant offering. And then we have the two proposals that are recommended for funding today. Both of those proposals are looking to investigate opportunities to change organizational structure. They're not looking for ongoing partnership support, but they want to make changes on how they operate in order to better engage their local communities and get restoration done on the ground. Next slide. And that is it. Eric, why don't you go back one slide for me? And I'll just pause there to see if there's any questions, or we can go off share screen if there's not any questions about any of the slides.
Jamie has a question.
Okay, no surprises, everyone. So partnership is hard. And also I know we've had conversations with the Long Tom Watershed Council. They've come in before, and they've stumbled over some of our process before. And one of the things I greatly appreciate about our OWEB staff is this real leaning into trying to be advocates of our organizations throughout the state and really help people to succeed. So I know that's where staff is a starting point for staff. I'm convinced of that. Are there, especially with Long Tom, because like I said, I know they've had some challenges before. Are there maybe other areas of our so you've very eloquently talked about, Courtney, how their ask does not meet the application process, and we need criteria, and I really appreciate that. First of all, did we have that conversation with them early enough so that they would have the opportunity to come back and kind of sharpen the focus of their application to make them, to enable them to potentially be qualified? So that's the first question. Mm-hmm. Do we have the conversation in a timely manner? The second is, are there challenges that staff is seeing either in this application process or potentially even more broadly that may prompt us to go back and look at either some of our, not just our criteria, I think our criteria is pretty good, but find ways to expand maybe some of those opportunities for applications? Is there something that we're missing? Because I know there are different types of application we have, and there's different stages of evolution that organizations are in, but is there something that we're missing in helping organizations be successful in forming collaboratives and getting this work done? And sorry, that's a really squidgy second question, but I guess, is there something we're missing to enable groups to be successful in some of this work?
For the record, Courtney Schaff. Eric, I think we can go off shared screen. So thank you, Eric. I'm going to actually answer your second question first, Jamie, and then I can go back to the first question. So what we heard from both groups during the interview process, and what I regularly hear from partnerships on the landscape, is partnership capacity funding is really hard to come by. As we all know, OWEB is a really unique funder in that we provide general operating support for councils and districts across the state. That in itself is unique. And then last biennium, we made the jump to fund partnership capacity for those partnerships that have an adopted strategic action plan. And we provide partnership technical assistance grants to those groups that want to write a collaborative strategic action plan. So we're filling some of the gap that exists on the landscape through our partnership technical assistance grants, through the capacity portion and the developing the strategic action plan portion. Then we're funding another gap. I have my daughter's cold, I'm sorry. You finally stumped me, Jamie. So there is a gap in general partnership capacity funding. And I think a future question for the board would be, does OWEB want to fill that gap? To this date, we've made the decision not to. I think that would have to be a conversation with the board if we want to do that in the future. And then I will just quickly add that during the consultation process, we did raise concerns with them that their application approach was too generic.
Thank you so much for that really great response. And Meta, to the first point, I would ask that you've mentioned before that some of this is good conversation for committee work and potentially the coordinated committee. I would like to just refer that question to the coordinated committee for future discussion. But thank you, Courtney, and for soldiering on through that coughing fit as well. I really appreciate that, and appreciate all the work that staff is doing. I know that you're 10 steps ahead of us on these questions in terms of your thoughtfulness and the deliberation you put into this process. So this is really, me prompting it for the public conversation, but consistently known the entire time I've been the OWEB board, when I ask a question, you've always already thought about it, had tons of conversations about it internally. So really appreciate that thoughtful work you put into these applications.
Thank you, Jamie and Courtney. Meg, do you have a comment or question?
I do. Thank you. Meg Reeves speaking. And I'm following up on Jamie's comments, including the ones that recognize that you guys are like ahead of us on all of this. You've thought about all this and we haven't necessarily, but I am confused actually about, I'm looking at the staff report description of the two applications that are not recommended for funding and the reasons for that. The kind of application concerns, and I'm not sure where the line is between an organization's need for continued support of their collaboration efforts described in the long-term evaluation, and then in the Marys River, is that what it was? Marys River watershed. I couldn't tell whether the confluence, I guess, whether the problem there was that we're not in the business of funding a halftime facilitator, or the tasks that the halftime facilitator would have are not necessarily items that OWEB would fund. And I don't know that, I appreciate your thoughts on that, Courtney, but I guess I'm seconding the idea that maybe we just need more, maybe the coordinating committee could take up what exactly we are able to fund in this category.
For the record, Courtney Schaff. So we had excellent conversations in the interviews with both organizations, and we did really ask them the question, kind of the elephant in the room question. Are you guys looking for ongoing partnership capacity? And they were honest, and we had excellent conversations, said, yes, that's the gap we need. And so for the confluence, they're looking at the long vision of bringing all these organizations together under one roof, and the ongoing challenges and getting across the finish line. And so some of the tasks that facilitator would do were not eligible with our funding. And then there was just the concern that there wasn't a specific deliverable identified, and more just the need for ongoing facilitation and support. And then with the Upper Willamette Stewardship Network, the Longtom Watershed Council application, again, they were really transparent. We had an excellent conversation. They are looking for continued ongoing support for their network coordinator to facilitate bringing together the staff for conversations, for the board for conversations. And some of those identified tasks that they want to work on are not eligible under our funding source. And there wasn't one specific deliverable that we felt comfortable that was a good fit for this funding program.
And your intention, though, is to work with both the organizations to see if there's a way to refine the application to cover some of this.
Yes,
Yeah.
for the record, Courtney, I have meetings set up with both with the intent of talking really specifically about where our concerns were, what aspects would be eligible under this funding program, what other funding programs might also be a good fit, and have that conversation after the board meeting.
Oh, good. That was my other question, is are there other funding programs, not even necessarily ours, but that can fill this gap that because I think we like these collaborations, right? We want them to continue. And so the question would be, how best to support that? Yeah. Which I know you all are thinking about already, but I'll second it. Thank you.
Thank you, Meg. Maida?
I just really appreciate both what Jamie and Meg have brought into the discussion, and want to note the way that my brain has worked around this, which I think helps provide a little clarification, is similar to the governor's priorities. We think about these as catalytic investments. So what are we doing to catalyze a merger? What are we doing to catalyze shared services? What are we doing? And then you're absolutely right. Once they hit that space where these two have hit, and I would say Long Tom has done just a tremendous job. They've hit this space and now they're in this maintenance mode, and really isn't what the funding was designed for. I think the challenge and the opportunity we have is figuring out how to do what Meg just said and look at our funding sources and the funding sources of our partners and figure out where those distinct gaps are, and then look at our constitutional language and say, okay, is that a gap that we can fill? Is it a gap we need to be having a conversation with one of our partner funders about, saying, hey, we got them here. Can you guys help then to do that next piece? And I think we have some funding partners who might be really interested in that conversation too. And I think you all are interested in it as well. So I think there's a lot of ways to proceed with this. I really appreciate you guys raising it, because as Courtney noted, this is something that we've recognized as well, that we have great funding to catalyze, and we have incredible successes that we've seen out of that. And maintaining partnerships is not easy work to do. So really appreciate that discussion.
Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Liza Jane. Brenda McComb for the record. Courtney, just to help me be clear, you had conversations with the two groups who were not funded prior to when they submitted their application?
Yes, for the record, Courtney Schaff. So this prior to submitting an application, we do require a consultation.
Right.
So we talk about what's their idea for the application. Is that a good fit? How do we think it could be a better fit?
Right.
So we do that prior to the application being submitted.
Yeah, thank you. So then I am a little confused, with a 50% funding rate, and the two that did not get funded are two, at least from my perspective, pretty productive watershed councils. They simply did not take your advice in making the changes to the application?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, we don't see a full proposal at time. That time we talk through ideas and concepts. And they are working in a collaborative. Both organizations have more than 6,
Right.
partnerships working together. And so at the end of the day, the final proposal just wasn't specific enough. So they kind of included everything, the pie in the sky, everyone's ideas, instead of really narrowing it down. And I think one of the recommendations that I would probably recommend in the future, it's always hard to carve out space to review specific proposals before a partnership submits them. But when there's this many partners working together and they have that many ideas floating around at pre-proposal time, it might be a really good idea to suggest, hey, why don't you submit to us a draft so we can give you additional feedback before you submit it, so we can really help them make sure they're hitting the target. But at the same time, when they're working with a group of partners, everyone's got to sign off on the application, and sometimes they get really broad.
Yeah, thank you, Courtney. I would, I really like that idea, and I would encourage you and your staff to have some sort of a change in process that would ensure that those submitting the application have the feedback they need to provide a fundable proposal if they choose to.
Courtney, do you want to talk a little bit about next steps? Because that still is an opportunity with your follow-up conversations as well.
Yes. So for the record, Courtney Schaff. So my intent is, and I'll be meeting with the local regional program rep and with them for our follow-up conversations, is to really talk really specifically. Like, you put all these ideas in the application. These are the pieces that really clearly align with our funding and would be a specific deliverable that would make sense. And just really, as we announce the next grant offering, which we will sometime in August, with applications due sometime this fall, encourage a lot of back and forth and close communication so that we can help them and provide feedback on draft proposals all along the way. I mean, for example, for the Coos Coquille application, I'm sure that I met with them maybe a half a dozen times, even after the consultation, with follow-up questions and checking on, is this an eligible cost? Can we do this? Can we do that? They initiated all of those conversations. But after we have consultations and we know folks' intent to submit an organizational collaboration grant, we can definitely highlight and begin that collaborative process early and encourage those applicants to come with questions often.
Molly, you have a question or comment?
I do, and it's kind of a follow-up of our previous discussion on the previous agenda item and things that have come up in past board meetings. So one of the things that we have talked about is trying to reduce and or eliminate either unexpected barriers to even accessing funding in some communities that might not have, depth of knowledge or staff, or there's all sorts of things that could be delaying applications or creating applications that aren't competitive. And in previous board meetings, we've talked about whose roles and responsibilities are to help these communities develop competitive applications and develop that capacity to even get the funding. And I think that's a real fundamental question that kind of goes into some of the DEI work and things that we've been talking about. I am curious, and my question actually towards Courtney, which isn't necessarily specific to the applications that we're discussing right now, but it is the question of how do the instructions for competitive applications reach the community that is trying to access those? Is there clear information on the website that directs them to the COLT webinars, to contact staff? Is it broken down anywhere where it is kind of this simple breadcrumbs to follow on how to get the help to make competitive applications in order to access funding, not just the cut and dry instructions for a grant application?
Yep. For the record, Courtney Schaff, and I would actually point to Eric Williams too, if he wants, a grant program manager, if he wants to jump in on general contact for our other grant programs. So for the operating capacity grant programs that I manage, we have application deadlines, instructions, and high-level information on the website, then with my contact information and how to get and receive additional information about our grant programs. We generally have offered webinars about those, and especially, in particular, the organizational collaboration grant, they are really high-touch applications. So I have definitely worked with some less regular applicants that have not reached out normally and have asked questions about these grant programs, and we can spend multiple times on the phone just talking through how do you put together the application, what's eligible, how to answer your questions. So we do try to, and then we have our regional program reps spread across the state. So I would say OWEB staff make ourselves very accessible to answer questions and get on the phone with folks and walk them through our application processes if they are not a normal type of our applicant. But generally we have a lot of the same applicants that come in time after time.
So I think this might just be kind of a follow-up comment to that is some of the smaller communities or organizations that are wearing multiple hats to try to get this kind of work done in their communities. If there is an opportunity either on our website or with other agencies that are working in, across the state, if there is some way to just kind of make those tips and tricks for applications easily accessible and easily understood that go beyond just the instructions for a grant application, and maybe do that for each of the programs as just a softer touch to help community members understand what each application, what each funding mechanism is working for, and what resources they can have, because it is so easy to record webinars and have it where they become, constant information that people can download, tips and tricks, things like that. That just makes the organization a little more user-friendly before they get and engage with you or any of the other program managers, in the weeds. It's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Molly. Bruce, you have a comment? Meg and Jamie, your hands are still up. Are you still in the game? Or okay, Bruce?
Yeah, Courtney, having watched this cycle of these grants the last few times, it just occurs to me that this is as close to an open book test as you can possibly get. You talk to these people on a regular basis. You obviously want them to be successful. That comes across in what you say and what people say about you. So if you've got somebody like you and your staff that are saying, this is what we need to do, this is how it fits, this is where it doesn't fit, and shepherds them through a process, I guess the question for me is why do we get any applications that don't fit the criteria of the program as designed?
For the record, Courtney Schaff, it's a great question. And Liz Redon in our office, and you all know her, she's our regional program rep. She's also a great person to sit and brainstorm and talk pie in the sky with. And both of these projects sit within her region. We've talked about how can we help them get to the specific piece. And I guess the best answer I have for you, Bruce, and all that have asked this question is there is a gap in general partnership capacity funding. And so when there is that gap that exists, even though our target is pretty clear, you're gonna make your proposal as broad as possible in hopes of funding as many pieces as possible, because that type of funding is really absent for where these folks are going. So that is the best answer I can give is and I have done that myself as a working with nonprofits. You put as much in as you can in hopes that you will get as much money as possible. And I think that was the approach that both of them took. And in follow-up conversations, we'll help them really refine their target so we can fund something specific that aligns with the program.
Okay, great discussion. Does anybody have any other comments or burning questions at this time? Right, seeing or hearing none. This is an action item. So the chair is open to a motion.
So I'll make the motion. I move the board award the organization collaboration, partnership, technical assistant, project grants consistent with the staff recommendations in attachment A.
Barbara's made the motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Meg,
Meg Reeves. Mhm.
thank you. Is there any further discussion? Okay, we'll have a vote. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you.
Liza Jane, I would just like to quickly jump in and say, since I am leaving the board meeting, I want to quickly say thank you to Alan and Jason and Ron for your service on the board. You guys will be greatly missed. It's been great working with all of you. So thank you all very much.
Thank you, Courtney.
Thanks, Courtney.
Thank you.
I appreciate working with you over all of these years too.
Absolutely.
Have fun on your vacation.
We know where to
Thank you.
How's everybody doing? I think it's time for a break. What do you think? Let's take a break. 15 minutes. Is that good? Let's do it. We'll see you back in 15 minutes. That'd be 10:10.
Awesome.
Great. Thank you.
Hi there, everybody. It's 10:05. I'd like to welcome you all back. I think we said 10:05, didn't we? Maybe we didn't.
Barbara, this is
We did.
April, I think.
Okay,
We did, Barbara. We said
I-
10:05.
that's what I thought too. Thank you. April, what did you want to say?
Oh, I wasn't sure if she said 10:05 or 10:10. I thought she
Oh.
said 15 minutes. So I thought 10:10.
Okay, all right. We'll wait till 10:10.
Welcome back, everyone. We're going to do a little bit of, this is Liza Jane for the record. We're going to do a little jockeying of things, I think, and I know we can all handle this. I'd like to shift agenda item A with agenda item K. No, Maida said no. I read her lips.
Agenda item J, not A.
J.
We're done. No, L.
L. Thank you. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Barbara.
L and K.
Yeah.
L and K.
Yeah, with maybe not even lunch between. But there may be some voting change too, because Jason had to step away for a minute. So is that correct?
Okay, 4, 5. Hold on, I'm just counting. 6, 7, 8. We have enough voters present without Jason to go ahead and hold the vote on this agenda item.
Great, look at us go. Okay, so if Eric is ready.
I am.
Great, wonderful. We will move to agenda item L, which is a conveyance of the Willamette Confluence property from the Nature Conservancy to McKenzie River Trust. Take it away, Eric.
All right, thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager for OWEB. This is agenda item L, as Liza Jane mentioned, and it is on page 218 of your PDF if you have the one with the public comment. Doing a little math, subtracting 60, it's 158 if you don't have the public comment version. And this item is an action item, as was just alluded to, because partially it's a requirement, a statutory requirement for projects where we fund a land acquisition that has a permanently held easement by OWEB over it. If a land trust proposes to convey the property to another entity, it requires this board's approval to do that. And this is one of the issues that comes up over the long course of time, that is perpetuity. And one of the reasons that we spend a lot of effort when we get an initial application, vetting a land trust capacity to steward and manage a property, and looking at any potential pitfalls that might occur in the long term. And so when we do have a proposal from the holder or the owner of a property where we hold an easement to convey it, the process that we engage in is similar to an initial application process, so that we can understand the proposed new owner's capacity to own, steward, and manage the property in perpetuity in the way that it was intended when the initial funding of the application was made. In this case, the subject property is at the confluence of the Middle Fork and Coast Fork Willamette Rivers, where the Willamette River itself begins, as reflected in the title of the property. And it is one of the properties that the Nature Conservancy acquired, and it was over 10 years ago now that our initial investment was made. And the Nature Conservancy in that time period had embarked on land acquisition for the purpose of accomplishing significant restoration, really throughout the state, and in particular in the Willamette Valley, with the intent of making sure that restoration could be accomplished on these properties where it was sorely needed in priority areas for habitat restoration and conservation. And so in this case of the Confluence property, a period of restoration began when the initial purchase was made, and is just about wrapped up, with the exception of some ongoing plant stewardship activities, managing and maintaining the numerous plantings that were applied to this property over the years. And as you heard, I think it was about 2 years ago now, we entertained a proposal to convey a Nature Conservancy property in Yamhill County to Yamhill SWCD. And for similar reasons. It was initially acquired for restoration. TNC's long-term strategy wasn't necessarily to hold on to these in perpetuity, but to make sure that they were managed for habitat conservation in perpetuity. And in the case of the Confluence property, I really want to recognize the Nature Conservancy for the process that they engaged in to make sure that the benefits that they initially invested for, that OWEB initially invested for, would continue in perpetuity. They basically ran an RFP process for organizations that was fairly rigorous, with a lengthy questionnaire for proposed owners to fill out, and then an interview process as well. And in fact, in the first round of proposals that they received, there was one applicant that went through that rigorous process, and in the end, TNC decided that they weren't quite capable of taking it on, and so they re-engaged the process, and then ultimately ended up selecting Mackenzie River Trust to be the new owner of the Confluence property. And so again, credit to TNC for not taking this lightly, and for doing a really thorough vetting process to find a new owner for the property. And then we asked MRT to submit the components of our land acquisition application that are pertinent here. We didn't need to re-engage in understanding and evaluating the ecological benefits. Those were clear and have been sustained through the restoration activities on the property. And so the parts of the application that we asked them to submit have to do with organizational capacity, so that we can give you a sound recommendation based on our knowledge of the prospective organization's capacity to manage the property. And so we did receive that from Mackenzie River Trust, had many conversations with them as they were going through this process. And also I should note, as mentioned in the staff report, we have coordinated throughout this process with Bonneville Power Administration and the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife. When the property was initially purchased, there was significant funding from BPA through the Willamette Wildlife Mitigation Program, which is a long-term program of investment in land acquisition that was set up to mitigate for the impacts of flood control dams in the Willamette. And so BPA also has an easement on the property. And both our easement and BPA's easement have provisions in there that says that any decisions like this, conveyance to a new owner, have to be done in consultation with each other and with ODFW, and have to be done with the concurrence of the other parties. And so throughout the process, we've been in communication with BPA and ODFW. We have received an interim land management plan from MRT that outlines how they'll manage the property in the short term, the next couple of years. We've received preliminary confirmation from our partner entities that they're satisfied with that, and that our board's approval would constitute our final approval of that. And as noted in the staff report, it's contingent upon the other parties, BPA and ODFW, also concurring with the conveyance to MRT. So this one a little bit more complicated perhaps than some of the conveyances you've seen in the past. But I'd like to acknowledge the time and effort that staff from both BPA and ODFW have put into analyzing this proposed transfer as well. All three of our organizations participated throughout the RFP process that the Nature Conservancy ran, and in evaluating the details of this proposed change. And so as a result of the analysis that we did, which in addition to looking at capacity, we also needed to have an updated title report and look at transaction soundness issues. And so our staff did that as well. Thanks to Miriam Forney, our land acquisition coordinator, for doing that. And also to our project managers, Andrew Dutterer and Liz Redon, who both have involvement through their work as project managers on things that have happened on this property, for participating and reviewing the management plan as well. In terms of issues that could come up that affect the ability of an entity to steward the property, a big one here is public access. This property borders Buford Park, which is a heavily used recreation area near Eugene. Sees a lot of daily visitation from people recreating in the area. And since the Nature Conservancy purchased it back in 2010, there was an awful lot of attention paid to managing the boundaries of the preserve, having things like signage to let people know that while recreation is one of the primary purposes of Buford Park's land, conservation is the primary purpose of the Confluence Preserve. And they also spent a lot of time actively engaging with recreators there. Important to note in looking at the long-term ramifications of this conveyance is that when TNC initially acquired the property, there was a stewardship endowment created to help with some of the costs of long-term management. And that fund currently has about $1 million in it, and that $1 million would transfer to MRT when the property is conveyed. And you'll notice in the staff report that there is an estimate of annual costs that it would be incurred by MRT to properly manage and steward the property, which is around $175,000 annually. And if you do the math, the return on $1 million doesn't quite get there to provide that amount of annual funding. MRT has committed to fundraising for that purpose. And as the staff report notes, they do have significant experience with fundraising for this kind of endeavor. This is nothing new to them. They understand the costs very well involved with long-term stewardship and maintenance of properties like this one, and have committed to building that endowment fund to a level that would generate the revenue necessary for long-term management. And so in terms of the staff review and title soundness, there was just some minor clarifications needed there, and those would be included in the funding conditions for the property. And as mentioned earlier, the approval would also be contingent on final approval from BPA and ODFW, which we expect will occur. And so in conclusion, if approved, the staff will prepare a conservation easement amendment and a conveyance agreement that would govern all of the details needed to effectuate the transfer of the property. Once those conditions are met, the property would then be conveyed from TNC to Mackenzie River Trust. So the staff recommendation is for approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Eric. Does anyone have questions or comments on this agenda item? Randy.
I just have a comment, Liza Jane, and I've had the privilege of visiting this property. It's an iconic property. And I'd plead to you that I can make the motion to approve this item.
Thank you, Randy. Does anyone else have question or comment for Eric? Seeing none. Randy, would you like to make a motion?
I would. I move the board approve the conveyance of the Willamette Confluence Preserve, OWEB grant number 208-3090-8358 from the Nature Conservancy to Mackenzie River Trust, conditioned on staff and Oregon Department of Justice approval of the final form of all conveyance related circumstances and documents.
Second that.
Thank you. Randy's made the motion. Jamie has seconded that. Is there any further discussion? All right, seeing none. All those in favor signify by raising your hand and saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Thank you, Barbara. Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you, Eric, for your hard work and good presentation.
All right, moving on down. So we're going to back up to, are we ready for item K, Maida or Renee? Ken?
Yes.
We are, Barbara.
All right. So Renee, are you going to do introductions?
I will. Thank you.
Okay.
Good morning, co-chairs, members of the board. For the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. I'm going to be joined for this presentation, and actually the bulk of the presentation will be given by the experts who are on with us today. So Lauren Mork from Upper Deschutes Watershed Council is joining us, as is Jared Waybright from Mackenzie Watershed Alliance, and Ken Fecho will bring up the rear, and we'll have plenty of time during this particular agenda item for discussion. So we're focused today on monitoring of stage 0 restoration. Just by way of background, back in July of 2019, the board made an investment of up to $360,000 to support both monitoring and information sharing related to restoration work that aims to achieve stage 0 conditions. So really looking at what are some of the effects of that type of restoration approach over the near term and longer term, and how can we create some opportunities for information sharing, given that this is a growing area of interest among practitioners. So you'll hear a little bit more about this process-based approach when Lauren and Jared get into their presentations, for those that are less familiar with this. So on page 2 of the staff report, you'll see that there are 3 specific awards that came out of that $360,000 overarching award that you provided 2 years ago. So one was a monitoring award to the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance for both monitoring work and then also data compilation and synthesis to really support this information sharing. A monitoring grant also to Upper Deschutes Watershed Council, again, for effectiveness monitoring, but really looking at some remote sensing approaches that could really help to be more efficient and effective in tracking the results of stage 0 restoration. And then finally, an award to the Institute for Natural Resources. You heard mention of INR a few different times yesterday. So OWEB staff did work with staff at INR to convene a workshop to really begin that information sharing forum, better identifying what we do know to date about both the restoration implementation and some of the monitoring results from stage 0, but also identifying where there's some information and data gaps and what might be done to fulfill those through time. So Ken will talk about that piece a little bit later. So in terms of the monitoring work that was funded, it's a whole host of different types of parameters: biological, geomorphic, physical, habitat, water quality monitoring. So Lauren and Jared will get into more about that shortly. I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. So let me know. Maida, I can see you, so thumbs up if you can see it, please. Okay. And did it just go to presentation mode? Okay, great. So just a few other quick points before we dig in with Lauren and Jared. So one, back in 2019, we did tee up this particular funding request as a 2-phase request. So it was a big investment in terms of programmatic monitoring. We wanted to have an opportunity, essentially at kind of midpoint of monitoring, for the local partners to come back, share with you what they've learned to date, and then have the board be able to deliberate on a phase 2 of monitoring funding. We're not ready for that deliberation on a phase 2 quite yet, but we did want to give an opportunity 2 years in for you to hear what they're finding and some of the challenges, frankly, that they've bumped into. So in terms of flow of the presentation, Lauren will talk first about the information from the Upper Deschutes. Jared will talk about the work in the Mackenzie Basin. Ken will talk about some of the outcomes from the workshops last fall. We will have plenty of time for discussion at the end, so I would ask that you keep questions at this point to just clarifying questions. Otherwise, this is all really interesting work that's happening. We could easily get sidetracked in lots of discussion. So I will ask, since I'm running the PowerPoint for this, I'll rely on the co-chairs to let us know if someone has raised their hand for clarifying questions. So with that, I'll go ahead and turn it over to Lauren.
Thanks so much, Renee. Can you hear me? Great. I'm just gonna apologize. We have work happening on the roof at our office today. So if you hear background noise, that's what's going on. So thanks again, Renee, for the introduction and for this opportunity to present to the board. Today, I'll be speaking about phase 1 of stage 0 restoration effectiveness monitoring on Waichus Creek. And I'd like to thank and recognize our many partners who have contributed to design and implementation of both restoration and monitoring. Next slide. So I'll start with a review of what is stage 0 and what is restoration towards stage 0. Streams and rivers throughout the Pacific Northwest have been simplified and degraded over the last century by extensive human modifications to channels and floodplains, including logging, grazing, flow diversion for irrigation, and channelization and berming for flood control. In the 1980s, restoration practitioners began working to arrest further degradation and restore fish habitat. Restoration interventions focused on the channel and typically included addition of large wood or boulders to prevent further erosion and provide cover for fish, or constructing a new engineered channel and adding boulders or large wood. Around 2010, in response to a recognition that stream restoration actions were not improving conditions, restoration practitioners began using an entirely new approach. They began designing projects with a valley focus to reconnect and reactivate the valley bottom floodplain and reestablish stream processes that create a network of stream channels that evolve and shift over time. The resulting stream and wetland habitat is structurally diverse, complex, and heterogeneous, and provides a range of conditions that are more ecologically valuable than a single thread channel disconnected from its floodplain. In a 2013 journal article, Brian Clure and Colin Thorne described this complex connected condition as a precursor to stage 1 of earlier channel evolution models, calling it stage 0 to retain the existing naming convention. They also reviewed the literature and applied their own professional experience to demonstrate that the connected multi-channel condition provides the greatest range of ecosystem and habitat benefits for large numbers of different species. Importantly, stage 0 restoration is not appropriate everywhere. It's likely not appropriate in settings with infrastructure or in working land systems where the valley bottom is dedicated to agriculture or grazing. Next slide, please. Today, I'll talk about monitoring reaches restored to stage 0 on Waichus Creek. Waichus flows 40 miles east from near the crest of the Cascades to its confluence with the Deschutes River. 18 of those 40 miles were straightened and bermed over the last century, leading to incision and a suite of limiting factors for the steelhead and salmon that were reintroduced beginning in 2007. Upper Deschutes Watershed Council has worked with local partners, including Deschutes River Conservancy, Deschutes Land Trust, and Deschutes National Forest for almost 2 decades on stream flow restoration, land conservation, and stream habitat restoration to address these limiting factors. Phase 1 of restoration at Waichus Canyon Preserve, in red on the map, was implemented in 2016, and phases 2A and 2B will be implemented in 2021 and 2023, respectively. Restoration at Camp Polk Meadow Preserve, in purple, was implemented from 2008 to 2012, and one additional project at Willow Springs Preserve will be implemented in 2022 or 2023. Next slide. Phase 1 of restoration at Waichus Canyon Preserve used a geomorphic grade line approach to reestablish stream processes and accelerate recovery towards stage 0. In the aerial photo at the top of the slide, you can see a high terrace from which the channel, drawn in red, was disconnected. But in the LiDAR image, center left, you can also see a network of relict channels in baby blue across parts of the historic floodplain, which we were able to reactivate. This approach includes using heavy equipment to lower high disconnected terraces and fill the incised channel to the target valley elevation, then divert the stream into relict channels and onto the constructed floodplain, which is roughened with wood and sedge mats. Next slide. In contrast to the geomorphic grade line design used at White Chiefs Canyon, restoration at Willow Springs Preserve will use a low-tech process-based design. This approach uses post-assisted log structures manually installed into the stream bed and beaver dam analogs installed in the currently inactive floodplain to accelerate geomorphic processes like erosion, scour, and deposition that promote channel and floodplain evolution toward a stage 0 condition. Next slide. As we began to design monitoring for phase 1 of restoration at White Chiefs Canyon, we identified 3 overarching questions to guide our selection of monitoring metrics. These were, is the project achieving a stage 0 condition? Is it providing abundant, diverse, and high quality habitat for fish? And what are we seeing for specific metrics that present concerns for partners, including stream temperature, connectivity, deep pools, and fine sediments? Next slide. We quickly realized that monitoring stage 0 is different from monitoring a single thread condition. Single thread channels cover a small spatial extent and are relatively simple with low variability, making ground-based surveys and sampling approaches efficient and effective. In contrast, stage 0 systems cover a valley-wide spatial extent and are complex with high variability, making ground surveys more difficult and sampling approaches less effective. In addition, stage 0 systems present novel geomorphic and habitat conditions that are not well described by traditional survey methods and metrics. Next slide. For our phase 1 stage 0 effectiveness monitoring project, we convened a technical advisory committee of remote sensing experts to help us design a monitoring approach to address these challenges. From the list of metrics on the right, identified as characterizing a stage 0 condition, we selected the set of priority geomorphic and habitat metrics in bold, which we thought we would be able to better measure using remote sensing than using traditional field survey measurements. Our final set of metrics included wood metrics representing both in-stream cover and wood area, geomorphic units, a measure of geomorphic complexity, vegetation cover, velocity distribution, and wetted area. We also identified sediment size classes not represented in this list for analysis from imagery. Next slide. We selected 5 reaches for imagery acquisition and data collection. 2 reaches of Whitehouse Creek that had already been restored and were exhibiting stage 0 characteristics in blue and green on the map, as well as the 3 reaches where restoration is planned to be implemented using stage 0 designs in pink, yellow, and black. Phase 2A of restoration at White Chiefs Canyon in yellow was originally scheduled to be implemented in 2020, but was delayed due to COVID. Rather than hindering our monitoring work, this allowed more flexibility in our timeline for imagery acquisition and ground-based data collection. Next slide. We worked with Matt Barker from Oregon State University, who had previously acquired imagery for South Fork Mackenzie River stage 0 monitoring to acquire multispectral orthomosaic imagery, photo plots to support analysis of sediment size class distributions, and video plots to support velocity analysis. Next slide. In Project Reaches, we located and marked plots on the ground where photo and video plots would be flown. Within a 1 meter radius circular plot, we collected geomorphic measurements that could be used to calibrate analysis of metrics from imagery, as well as additional metrics to provide information about stream complexity and habitat. Next slide. Beginning in August 2020, we delivered the resulting imagery to the contractors we had selected to perform analysis for our 6 metrics. From August through May, we met regularly with contractors to review analysis approaches, provide direction, problem solve, and review products. From May through July, contractors presented workflows and products for each metric to program staff and technical advisory committee members. They also led 2 training sessions orienting us to analysis methods. A technical report and instructional guide are forthcoming. I want to highlight this rockstar team of technical advisory committee members and contractors who came together to support this project, not only to thank them, but because the opportunity to get this brain trust working together to advance these methods was one of the great successes of the project. Next slide.
Hey, Lauren, you have about 4 to 5 minutes left.
Thank you. We are just starting to receive and interpret results. Digitization of geomorphic units, top right, provides number and area of units by unit type, as well as total wetted area, which is a key indicator of quantity of aquatic habitat. On average, stream habitat in restored reaches was 4 times as complex, with 4 times as many geomorphic units compared to unrestored reaches. This result, as well as the total wetted area calculated from geomorphic units, is similar to results obtained using 2019 stream habitat survey data, suggesting that digitization of geomorphic units from imagery can provide similar information to stream habitat surveys for these metrics. We used an automated process on the left to classify water and vegetation. Area classified as water from imagery was lower than that calculated from stream habitat surveys or geomorphic units. And area of riparian vegetation was lower than that calculated from a 2017 classification, suggesting our methods and results require further review and development. Wood, bottom right, was digitized manually from imagery. This analysis showed 33 times as much wood interacting with water at base flow in Whitechoose Canyon Phase 1 compared to unrestored reaches. This result is very similar to the 30 to 32-fold increase calculated from stream habitat surveys, suggesting the 2 methods provide similar results. There was also 12 times as much wood on the floodplain in Canyon Phase 1 compared to unrestored reaches. Next slide. So what did we learn? First, refining our imagery acquisition specifications, as well as how we mark plots on the ground, will improve our imagery and our ability to derive metrics of interest from it. We learned that ground-based methods are better suited for estimating sediment size class distribution than quantifying this metric from imagery. This project represented a large initial investment in methods development, but when we consider that those methods can be applied wherever there's imagery, we recognize there's a large potential payoff. This translates into the benefit of being cost-effective over a large area. We're also able to generate better information more easily for some metrics than using ground-based surveys. It also became apparent that remote sensing can be an effective approach for measuring structural metrics, but not biological response on the scale of our projects on Whitechoose. Next slide. We are continuing to incorporate both results and lessons learned. For monitoring, we will use existing biological data to interpret the habitat and ecosystem benefits of the physical conditions we've described. We'll directly compare metrics and costs to ground-based surveys. We'll refine and standardize our metrics and methods. And longer term, we plan to scope a targeted project to directly measure the biological response to physical conditions in restoration reaches. For restoration, we'll continue to use monitoring data to inform restoration design and to evaluate whether there are ways we can improve designs or opportunities to adaptively manage existing projects to improve outcomes. Next slide. This photo is from our next phase of restoration at Whitechoose Canyon, which broke ground earlier this month. We plan to implement another phase in 2023. Our subsequent grant application for 2022 Stage 0 effectiveness monitoring will allow us to integrate and apply what we learned in 2020 to monitor new and existing projects 1, 6, and 10 years post-restoration and continue to advance our understanding of the outcomes of Stage 0 restoration. Next slide. Thanks again to our partners and thanks to our funders. And we'll take questions later. Thanks, Renee.
Thanks so much, Lauren. Incredibly graceful presentation given the pounding above your head. So thank you for that. Excellent job. I did fail board members to mention the page numbers for this. So in the longer updated board book, this agenda item starts on page 207, shorter version, page 147. So with that, we'll switch now to the Mackenzie Basin in the Upper Willamette, and I'll turn it over to Jared Waybright for an update about the monitoring work there.
Thanks, Renee, and thanks, Lauren. OWEB board members, good morning, and once again, thank you for this opportunity. My name is Jared Waybright, and I work as the Executive Director of the Mackenzie Watershed Council. For the record, the Mackenzie Watershed Alliance is a fiscal sponsor of the council, so kind of use both councils, kind of the public facing. So just want to clarify that in case there was any questions. The council is part of a collaborative team working to restore in-stream and floodplain habitat in the Mackenzie subbasin. And I would like to thank these partners such as the Forest Service and ODF&W and a long list of funders, including OWEB, who make this work possible. My presentation today will focus on a monitoring project centered on the South Fork Mackenzie, which seeks to evaluate the ecological and geomorphic response to two large-scale restoration projects seeking to return the valley bottom to a stage 0 condition, as Lauren previously described. So next slide, please. The Mackenzie River subbasin is a West Cascade tributary to the Willamette River, located east of Eugene and Springfield metro area. The river is heavily influenced by the volcanic geology of the High Cascades, where rain runoff and snow melt infiltrates through a relatively young permeable volcanic formation and feeds large underground aquifers, which emerge as multiple clean and clear springs feeding the river. These conditions create ideal cold water habitat for salmonids and bull trout. The subbasin is also heavily influenced by Army Corps and OWEB flood control and hydroelectric projects, one of which, Cougar Dam, is located on the South Fork Mackenzie, as you can see on the map. Next slide, please. So the 4.5 mile river reach below Cougar Dam has been obviously heavily impacted by the presence of the dam and a series of land management practices over the last 100 years, as Lauren previously described. These practices have reduced and simplified habitat available for native species, including spring Chinook salmon. Regardless of these impacts, the lower South Fork still retains very quality remnant habitat features such as numerous side channels and sits in a broad alluvial valley that it shares with the main stem Mackenzie River. As you can see, the Mackenzie River is the hydro line to the top of this slide, and the Mackenzie or the South Fork comes in from the lower right to the upper left. With the lack of surrounding infrastructure and the presence of these residual habitat features, the South Fork emerged as a priority for restoration during the U.S. Forest Service 2012 Watershed Condition Framework process, and again during the Council's 2016 Action Plan planning. Out of those processes, 4 phases of restoration were originally planned for the South Fork project, and 2 have been implemented to date. Phase 1 in 2018 and Phase 2 in 2019. Next slide, please. Phase 1 and 2 of the project were implemented following the stage 0 design approach, and as my colleague Lauren previously described. And at its core, the design approach is conceptually simple. We cut the high spots, we fill the low spots, and add lots of wood everywhere and across the entire valley bottom. The map shown on this slide is a relative elevation map, as Lauren previously described, with warmer colors depicting higher elevation and cooler colors depicting lower elevations. You can see that the cut area outlined in black coincide with the orange and darker yellow, while the fill areas with hash marks are darker blue. Light blue is a target elevation. Next slide, please. So phase 1 and 2 on the South Fork cover just over 200 acres along about 1.25 miles. You can see that traditional reporting metrics such as linear stream miles do a poor job of depicting the scale and scope of these projects. The project redistributed 170,000 cubic yards of sediment, the equivalent of about 4,600 dump truck loads, and it graded the South Fork River channel anywhere between 2 and 15 feet. Funding for phase 1 and 2 was sourced from a range of partners, including OWEB, the Forest Service, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Foundation, or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Intel Corporation, Lane County, and BPA. While the total project cost is relatively high at $3 million, when broken down on a per unit basis, it comes out to about $15,000 an acre. That compares very favorably with other watershed restoration approaches like riparian enhancement. Next slide, please. So the current cooperative monitoring project developed out of a conversation begun back in probably about 2016 after the completion of another stage 0 project in the McKenzie Deer Creek Phase 1. Similar as Lauren described, partners soon recognized that traditional approaches to monitoring stream restoration projects such as stream habitat surveys, public counts were not feasible given this broad scale approach. Partners began experiment with different monitoring approaches and began pre-project monitoring on the South Fork in late 2017 and 18. During this process, the Willamette National Forest, Oregon State University, the Pacific Northwest Research Station, ODF&W, and OWEB came to develop a 4 to 5 year monitoring project on the South Fork to document response to stage 0 restoration and develop a collaborative framework for future restoration efforts. The South Fork project was linked with the sister project on Waichus, as previously described, and also leveraged its existing ODF&W databases and capacities and had a strong local commitment from the McKenzie River Ranger District and local partners such as the council. Initial funding for the monitoring project was provided by OWEB with matching dollars from the foresters, ODF&W, and the Watershed Council. Next slide, please. So the geomorphic response element of the project relies on a partnership between the Willamette National Forest, Pacific Northwest Research Station, and OSU, and as previously described, combines both remote sensing and field survey techniques. Researchers have carefully chosen a range of metrics to monitor based on expected changes and attributes that presumably can be reliably monitored over time. Partners have also carefully, Partners have also carefully paired metrics and protocols, such as using the same pilot and the same drone and camera setup to be consistent with the Waichus projects. This is really important as we try to build out a statewide framework to be able to have consistent results and consistent protocols throughout the state. I'm going to expand upon a couple of the metrics described here. So next slide, please. So aerial, so what you have here is a picture of digitized wood, as Lauren described. And so aerial imagery and field surveys are being conducted throughout the project area to document large wood cover. High resolution imagery is collected during late summer low flow conditions and includes both photo imagery and short video clips of 38 plots captured using a drone hovering about 7 meters above the ground. Images enable the measurement of large woody material, again shown in yellow on the image, and other metrics like sediment size. Initial results have shown an overall accuracy rate of about 89% when comparing wood cover estimates derived from aerial imagery with field verification surveys. These are very encouraging results for developing protocols for monitoring high quantities of wood in large project areas over time. Next slide, please. So we have here is images on the slide depicting modeled pre-project wetted area at base flow. So if you look at the top image, what you're looking at is a map that shows most of the flows contained within a few channels at all flows. Historic channels kind of depicted in the cut areas on the LiDAR image that, as you can see, are no longer active. Some relic channels are wetted hypereically at high flows, but have little to no surface connection. The second image depicts model post-project wetted area at base and peak flow, again depicted in light and dark blue. You can see a significant increase of surface water connectivity across the entire valley bottom, even at base flow. Remote imaging is being produced through this project that compares orthomosaic images, which track and monitor wetted area over time, and initial imagery appears to track the model results quite closely. Next slide, please. The second portion of the project focuses on biological response. And again, this relies upon a partnership among multiple partners, OSU, Pacific Northwest Research Station, and Willamette National Forest. Today, I'll provide a little bit of background and brief updates on the food web study, the macroinvertebrate study, and salmonid monitoring. Next slide, please. So the food web study is led by researchers from OSU and the Pacific Northwest Research Station and seeks to quantify the food webs that support fish production in the South Fork. Their hypothesis is aquatic productivity declines during restoration, but rebounds following implementation, and then slowly declines to a new dynamic equilibrium above pre-restoration conditions. The project was set up as a 5-year before and after control impact study design, a BACI design, with phase 3 as a treatment site and phase 4 as a control site. Phase 3 was originally planned to be treated in the summer of 2021, and phase 4 was originally planned to be implemented in 2023. Both those phases have been delayed, and I'll get into that here in a little bit. The project calls for 2 years of pre-restoration data in the treatment site. This work has been completed in 2019 and 2020, and at least 3 years of post-project data collection in the phase 3 and phase 4 areas. This work has not begun yet because we have not implemented phase 3 or phase 4. This is the primary element of our project that was implemented or impacted by the Holiday Farm Fire, and I'll return to that at the conclusion of this presentation. Next slide, please. So just a little bit more on the food web study. So we just want to talk about what exactly, what exactly the food web study expects to document on the South Fork. And it looks like I might be missing some of those slides. Maybe they can come in. There we go. Perfect. Oh, there we go. Okay. So the expectation is that this study will provide a detailed understanding of how restoration in the South Fork Mackenzie River influences ecological productivity and stability. Researchers are hoping to understand not just what happened, but why it happened. This information can then be used to inform conceptual and even potentially quantitative models that can be used to predict responses at other locations. The study is also expected to help understand how river food webs reassemble following disturbances of this magnitude. All right, next slide now, please. There you go. The project is also looking at how long it takes for benthic macroinvertebrate communities to recolonize disturbed areas and how these communities change over time. There's some interesting initial results coming out of the South Fork. On the South Fork, macroinvertebrates were collected for 2 seasons prior to restoration being implemented in 2018 and 2019, and have been collected annually since project completion. Although only 1 season of post-project data from 2019 has been processed and analyzed. This single season does allow for a preliminary 1-year post-project analysis of phase 1 and a shorter 2-month post-project analysis of phase 2. What these results are showing is that there was nearly a 7-fold increase in total abundance as soon as 2 months following implementation. So the organisms are recolonizing very, very quickly. We saw an initial drop in species diversity immediately following the restoration, but increased to over 50% at the 1-year mark. Really encouraging and interesting results that compare quite favorably and are very similar to similar studies taking place on both White Chiefs and on Deer Creek. Next slide, please. So the juvenile salmon Chinook salmonid monitoring effort is led by ODF&W as part of their Willamette Spring Chinook project. ODF&W crews were able to complete a robust data collection in 2019 in cooperation with the Forest Service and the Watershed Council during the implementation of phase 2. They were not able to survey in 2020 due to a complicated combination of factors, including flow releases from Cougar Dam and corrosion protocols. Original marking recapture plans also relied on a sensor in the OWEB's Lieber Canal at Lieber Dam, which is recently taken offline due to constructional concerns per a mandate from FEMA. They are working on a workaround with a different sponsor at downstream Walterville Canal. I'm hopeful for a resolution on that aspect. ODF&W is back on track with surveying in 2021 and is actually out collecting and tagging fish this week. Next slide. So ODF&W is also leading Chinook salmon spawning surveys as part of a long-term monitoring project. This long-term data sets allows for a comparison of current project data with a robust historical data set. The South Fork is historically the major spawning location for spring Chinook salmon in the Mackenzie subbasin, and significant numbers still spawn both below and above the dam. Above the dam, obviously, with assist from the Army Corps. As shown in the table and the 2016 pre-restoration map, the phase 1 through 3 project area saw little spawning usage in recent years. Red distribution dramatically changed in 2019 after implementation of the phase 2 project, as the majority of the spring Chinook returning to the South Fork spawned in the phase 1 and phase 2 areas, likely attracted to the freshly available gravels and enhanced habitat. Next slide, please.
Hey, Jared, you have about 5 minutes.
Great, thank you, getting close. So changing gears a little bit, the project also includes an effort to bring together restoration practitioners and researchers to develop an adaptive framework for the application of best management practices associated with monitoring stage restoration projects across the state. 2 multi-day workshops were held in late 2019 and early 2020, which brought together OSU and PNW researchers and folks from the Deschutes, Mackenzie, Middle Fork, Willamette, and the Siuslaw, where stage 0 restoration projects have taken place. The intent of these workshops was the development of a model that can help identify the potential outcomes of proposed stage 0 projects and evaluate project effectiveness over time. The practitioners and the researchers also work together to really identify and hone in on critical parameters that might drive the model and be flexible and adaptive enough to incorporate new information coming out of large-scale monitoring projects from both the South Fork and Waitus over time. The model is currently under development and continues to be refined by our collaborative team of researchers and restoration practitioners. Next slide, please. And so I'd like to conclude this presentation with a conversation about the Holiday Farm fire, which obviously began during the 2020 Labor Day fires and burned over the entire lower South Fork project area. Excuse me. While portions of the surrounding floodplain forest experienced high intensity stand replacement burns, as shown in the photo here on the slide, less than 5% of the project wood was significantly burned. The Forest Service also reported an increased survival of riparian vegetation within the project boundary, which aligns well with the significant changes in wetted areas as shown earlier in the presentation. The high-intensity burn area included Delta Campground, which the U.S. Forest Service is currently evaluating for decommissioning due to long-term safety concerns associated with high-intensity burn impacts. Next slide, please. Delta Campground sits directly to the north of the South Fork project area and is surrounded by a series of remnant side channels of both the Mackenzie River and the South Fork. This area represents a potential new phase to the South Fork project, covering between 150 and 200 acres of floodplain habitat. Assessing and potentially incorporating this opportunity will delay the implementation of phase 3 until 2023 or 24. Phase 3 was already delayed a year due to COVID and time lost to Holiday Farm fire recovery. With the delay of phase 3 implementation while the delay of phase 3 implementation directly impacts the food web's Baki study design, the remainder of the study elements can either be temporarily halted or continue to collect baseline data over the next several years. Partners are currently working with OWEB staff to explore ways to continue to select monitoring elements in 2022 and 2003 after the current OWEB grant is concluded and prior to a second request in either 2023 or 2024. So that is a completion of my presentation, and we'll wait for questions. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Jared. So we will have Ken provide a brief update about the Stage 0 workshop that occurred last fall. Ken, go ahead.
Thanks, everybody. Thanks, Jared and Lauren. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay, cool. So hello, co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, I'm Ken Fetcho, OWEB's Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator. So in addition to the 2 monitoring grants we just heard about, initial funding from the board also resulted in a stakeholder engagement grant to the Institute of Natural Resources at Oregon State University to help us plan and host a 2-day virtual workshop that was held November 4th and 5th in 2020. This workshop was held to bring together a range of partners to share knowledge, describe concerns and considerations about this restoration approach, identify monitoring and information needs, and articulate best practices for restoration to a stage 0 condition. So please refer to attachment C of item K of your board book to see the workshop report's executive summary. One of the outcomes or deliverables of this stakeholder engagement grant was a comprehensive workshop report that is available on our website, and we could provide that to you. And also the grant enabled OSU to record the 2-day workshop, and that those recordings of the workshop are also available on our website and are available for folks to view that were unable to attend. So those still serve as resources for folks moving forward. But several themes emerged from the workshop that are identified in the report's executive summary, and a few that I'll highlight today include the following. Stage 0 refers to a stream condition, not a restoration approach. And there are several approaches that can be followed to design and implement restoration to create a stage 0 stream condition. Initial results are promising, but projects restoring to stage 0 require updated monitoring methods and long-term results to fully assess outcomes associated with these actions. Holistic long-term monitoring requires sustained financial commitment and technical support. The story of stage 0 in Oregon is still being written, and adoption of restoration to achieve a stage 0 condition has considerable momentum among practitioners and scientists in Oregon and abroad, but their learning curve is still fairly steep to learn how to apply that appropriately and the location where that should be done. Finally, there's a broad interest in an information clearinghouse to foster information sharing across agencies, practitioners, and stakeholders regarding projects to achieve stage 0 and the supporting science. So taking steps to implement this last theme will help address all the other themes that were identified from the workshop. Recently, Renee and I met with Forest Service and will continue to engage state and federal agencies to gauge interest and better understand the role they are willing to play as we consider how best to develop a communication network to foster ongoing information exchange and learning. Over the next year, we'll continue to work with the board's monitoring committee to explore how OWEB can support this communication network, which could result in a funding request to you later in the biennium. And so with that, I'll turn it back to Renee to make any closing remarks before we open it up for a discussion with our guests. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks so much, Ken. Also, Lauren, Jared, excellent to have the opportunity to hear what you've learned to date and share that with the board. So I would actually at this point, I'll stop sharing my screen. Let's open it up for any questions that the board has on any of those investments. And then we'll protect a bit of time at the end just to check in about what we expect some of those next step discussions with the monitoring committee and ultimately some of the requests of the full board to be. So now that I actually can see who has their hand up. So co-chair, how would you like to handle questions?
I'll call upon them. So Ron, you're up first, and then Brenda, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This question is for Lauren. This is Ron Alvarado with NRCS. First of all, great presentation. So my question is, I couldn't tell from the map, you did identify the Three Sisters Irrigation District project, but I couldn't tell from the map whether that was upstream or downstream. And then my next question is, I know from that project, they were able to deliver 30 CFS back into Waichus Creek. So what impact is that having on the work that you're doing? At least that's what you displayed.
Great questions. Thanks, Ron. So the Three Sisters Irrigation District diversion is upstream of all of the project reaches that I described. And so stream flow restoration at that diversion does provide water in stream to all of the project reaches. There are 30 CFS of paper water that have been conserved in stream. About 10 of those are junior water rights that are most often not served later in the summer. So we can rely on about 20 CFS at base flow. Restoration of that 20 CFS is what has enabled this restoration work. So you have to have, without the stream flow, there's no activation of geomorphic process or stream process. And so literally the stream flow restoration was foundational to being able to implement any stream habitat restoration at all on Waichus Creek. And so we continue to work really closely with Deschutes River Conservancy and with water conservation planning efforts for Waichus Creek and within the Deschutes Basin, so that we will continue to have stream flow and increased stream flow even over that 20 CFS to continue to support stream habitat restoration. Thanks.
Excellent, thank you.
All right, Brenda, you're next, and then Randy's on deck.
Great, thank you, Barbara. Brenda McComb for the record. To both speakers, great presentations, and the depth of the monitoring is really impressive, so great work. My question, though, is plans for the future. So using the stage 0 system as a place to start entails probably, I'm guessing, a pretty significant release of greenhouse gas, both in the restoration of the system as well as emissions associated with all the monitoring activities. And I'm wondering if there's some plan to assess greenhouse gas emissions associated with these projects and what the potential is for the restored system to sequester and store carbon in the future.
Jared, you're welcome to go first. Or
sure, I can take a kind of a high level answer to that. And excellent question. And no, we have not developed a carbon budget for these projects, but as you alluded, I'm sure it's significant. You know, this is at least, you know, as Lauren described, there's multiple approaches to get to this condition. And I think that's part of the answer, that we need to assess the sites and the realities of the sites in terms of the surrounding infrastructure and what's appropriate, the approach that might be best appropriate. And perhaps it's past time to include carbon in that assessment, especially the approach that relies on heavy equipment is very carbon heavy. I think that what's interesting, and I think a focus for the future, is the potential of these floodplain systems that have been fully engaged, that are engaging the entire valley bottom as a natural carbon sink. There is some research that I'll be honest, I'm not very familiar with, that suggests that these wetted floodplains are an excellent natural carbon sink. And I think that could be a future area of focus and study, probably on both these projects. It'd be very interesting to do both a larger scale project like on the South Fork, and then compare and contrast that with some of the smaller scale work that's being done elsewhere in the state.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, and if you don't mind jumping in, Madam Chair, the Ellen Wohl, who's a professor in Colorado, does have a PhD student working at South Fork Mackenzie with the PNW Research Station on measuring carbon sequestration, and there's interest to do that across sites as well. And so some of that work has begun, and we could provide a little bit more of an update on that in future monitoring committee meetings if you'd like, Brenda.
And she is also working on Waichus.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yeah, I think the you know, one of the factors that might guide how you go about approaching restoration in the future is both the greenhouse gas emissions associated with the initial activities, and then the length of time it takes to actually sequester that gas, these emissions in the future. there might be some more efficient ways of going about it.
All right, thank you, Brenda. Randy, then Molly, and then Paul, please.
Thank you. For the record, Randy Labby, public at large member. I want to echo Brenda's accolades for those presentations. They were excellent. Both of you did a terrific job. My question is directed to Lauren. And I wondered, your work is mostly directed to the geomorphology impact of the restoration. And I wonder who is doing any monitoring on the fisheries impact. And in particular, I know that the recreational fishing community has been very concerned about the native steelhead entering Wycus Creek and impacting red band trout. And are there fishery monitoring efforts underway by ODFW or others?
Yeah, great question. So just to back up a step, there's a lot of biological monitoring work on white juice that's happening that I didn't specifically address today because it's not directly funded through our current Stage 0 effectiveness monitoring grant, but we have some food web research happening. We have annual macroinvertebrate sampling and monitoring, and Portland General Electric and the Confederated Tribes of Warm Springs collectively do native fish monitoring annually as part of their FERC license. And so they're monitoring a whole suite of different fish population metrics, from red counts to smolt outmigration to returning adult migration, and radio tracking as those adults are passed upstream of the Pelton Round Butte hydro facility and enter the different tributary arms of Lake Billy Chinook. For better or worse, specifically in response to your question, we have had very low numbers of steelhead returning generally, and in particular, we've had very low numbers of steelhead returning to Wychus Creek. And when I say very low, I don't remember the numbers specifically, but probably less than 10 adult steelhead returning to Wychus Creek. I would say that a larger concern on Wychus is predation by non-native brown trout.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Randy. Molly, Paul, and Liza Jane, please.
Hi, I'm Molly Kyle, and I'm the liaison from DEQ as the EQC commissioner, and just really appreciated your presentations and learning more about this. And I realize that the monitoring isn't complete by any means, but I was curious because in both projects, I didn't see if you were monitoring things like temperature or sedimentation, which are two of the kind of the issues that always come up. You know, it's one of the things that we're trying to mitigate frequently. So I was curious about how your projects are collecting data on those two parameters in particular.
Lauren, I can, excuse me, I can start and you can kind of jump in here. So you're correct that both these are the South Fork project is not focused on some of the water quality parameters. We do have an interesting and robust situation in the Mackenzie where we can tie impacts to USGS gauges and a robust Mackenzie or excuse me, an OWEB water quality monitoring program. With sedimentation, what we see is the initial burst associated with the implementation of the project, but visual observations and project monitoring over time from the project managers has not indicated that is a reoccurring issue. Temperature is another, I think, is another matter and something that's being studied and I don't have specifics on some of the capabilities of the remote imaging. To do that, there has been some experimentation with thermal imaging. Perhaps Lauren could talk a little bit more about that. I don't know if you've done any of that work on the Waichus. I know that's been experimented with, but was not part of this project on the South Fork.
Thanks, Jared. Yeah, I can jump in regarding Waichus. I'll start with temperature. So imagery captures surface temperature, but it does not capture thermal heterogeneity throughout the water column. And the hypothesis for how these projects actually can create thermal heterogeneity and cold water refugia is that is through hypereic exchange and cool groundwater inputs. And so those, to my knowledge, there's not a way to capture those refugia or any cold water effects using imagery. On Waichus Creek, we have continuous temperature data loggers upstream and downstream of the project, and we are monitoring the rate of temperature change per mile through the project. And so when I say the project, I'm talking about Waichus Canyon Phase 1, which is where we used a geomorphic grade line design approach. So we've been doing that. Our rate of temperature change through the project has remained lower than the pre-project 10-year rate. Than the pre-project maximum 10-year rate of change. We will also likely be working with a graduate student probably this summer to deploy data loggers, continuous temperature data loggers throughout that project, and to one unrestored reach and another restored reach at Camp Polk to start to collect data on that hypothesized thermal heterogeneity, hypereic exchange, and cold water refugia. And then for sediment, stream habitat surveys do collect ocular estimates of sediment in every geomorphic unit. So we have those data. We have seen an initial increase followed by a decrease in fine sediment. So both sand and silt and organics. Macroinvertebrate data can also provide, as you know, information about fine suspended sediment, and we have not seen an increase in those fine suspended sediment preferences. There's a lot of work left to be done, but that's the preliminary data that we have.
I think that's amazing because and I would highly recommend being able to document whatever information that you gain from these projects in those domains, because it just really shows the synergy between OWEB, DEQ, and trying to achieve, the environmental and sustainable goals of the state. So that information will be very important in part of telling the story and showing interagency collaboration to achieve the goals of the state. And then just following up on Brenda's comment, as well as regarding whether these projects act as carbon sequestration storage, I think is also very timely and could be prioritized if possible because of the new greenhouse gas rules and opportunities that are going to be showing up very shortly as new rules get made and promulgated again, as a demonstration that this type of project might be able to, again, achieve some of those carbon sequestration goals that mirror some of the carbon emission reduction goals as the two-pronged fork of reduce emissions and increase sinks. So just really appreciate these projects and look forward to seeing those additional information come through.
Thank you, Molly. Paul, then Liza Jane, you're on deck.
Yeah, thank you. Paul Henson, Fish and Wildlife Service. First of all, yeah, great presentations and great projects. I know my agency has both an interest and investment in some of this work, so really do love seeing this reporting. My question, though, I think is for maybe for Ken, or just maybe then a recommendation, if it hasn't already been sort of considered. Seeing this work again, there's so much great technical information, and I'm sure many of the investigators and participants hopefully will be publishing some of this work and various, on specific sort of outcomes and stuff. But I was thinking maybe for Ken or for the board or for OWEB staff, has there been thought given to rolling up some of these kind of results and outcomes and writing not just our general reporting and stuff, but kind of a paper for on the sort of policy side of it, almost about success of investments over time now, with maybe some case studies, these being 2 really excellent case studies, but maybe several to get at certain themes about the investment, and then how the monitoring programs have displayed those investments, or what the results are. So I was just wondering, for Ken and your function, is that something you guys have either done or considering? Because I love seeing this stuff rolled up in peer-reviewed policy journals, as opposed to just grade literature reports. So I offer that question.
Thanks, Paul. That's something that we have not done, and it's a great suggestion. We want to work with the board to get some guidance on useful products and information, and I don't think there is that broad view across many projects from a funder's perspective, and also that we're investing in both restoration and monitoring. And so we have the potential to offer a very valuable perspective that folks may have not seen or heard.
Yeah, I was looking at it as another avenue for telling the story kind of thing. I've been working a little bit on that, in that realm, on Endangered Species Act kind of, sort of investments, what's worked, what hasn't, those kinds of things. And less on the science side for me and more on the policy side. And I was thinking that might be useful here too, eventually.
I really
just briefly, Paul.
Go ahead, Renee.
Just briefly. So we have done that in a few other project types, trying to translate this into more guidance for practitioners, if you will. What are some of those larger scale roll-ups at a larger spatial scale and temporal scale? I think this is a great opportunity and could really nicely pair with some of the conversations that we already started with Forest Service, and we'll be having with other agencies, including yours, around, is there a collective interest in trying to incrementally capture what we're learning, how we can adaptively manage through time, because this will be a long-term learning process out of these projects.
Yeah, and I guess what I'd add to that is, but subjecting that perspective to peer review, by folks who don't have, obviously we all have such investment and we love to, believe what we're doing is great, but subjecting it to other peer reviewers who aren't, directly invested, and thus can be really objective and critical, and get that feedback up. This is something I think would be cool.
Thank you, Paul.
Thank you.
Liza Jane?
Thank you, Brenda. This is Liza Jane, Public at Large. I think that this question was asked, and Lauren, I believe you answered it, but I didn't completely understand. I'm concerned, and my question is about creating these floodplains that we're really excited about for all their natural function that's missing. But it seems like it creates a lot of opportunity for water temperatures to increase, which then blows our whole game, because the fish die, and then everything along with the fish die. And are we adjusting to the drought conditions and increasing temperatures from climate change and into our ideals, so that we can still achieve our goal of increasing the health of these fish populations, bugs, birds, everything that goes with it?
Yeah, so I think I'd say 2 things. And the first thing I'd say is that the temperature data that we do have indicate that the rate of stream temperature change throughout the project reach is not increasing over what we saw pre-project. It's remaining several tenths of a degree lower than that pre-project 10-year maximum rate of change. So that's, that's sort of a high threshold, the pre-project 10-year maximum, but we're staying well below that, and we've consistently stayed below that over 3 years post-project. So I'd say that there's no evidence that at least this project on Waichus, which is what I can speak to, is increasing stream temperature. And you're correct that, pre-project, the stream energy was high. Residence time of water was really low. The water was just conveyed, straight down to the Deschutes River. And so we are increasing residence time, and we are spreading water out, but we're also restoring these processes that we believe are cooling stream temperatures and creating cold water refugia. And I guess I'll just say two other things. One is that our groundwater levels have really come up. They've come up by about 4 feet. And so that tells us that we have groundwater late season, now and in August, and when we have 100-degree temperatures, that should be cooling that base flow. And the one other thing that I'll say is that we do need cold water, but we don't need cold water everywhere. So if we have that structural diversity of geomorphic units, if we have both deep pools, but also shallow areas where stream temperatures might be warmer, those shallow, warmer areas are important for fish rearing and for production. So we need all of those conditions, and preliminary data suggests that these projects do restore all of those conditions. Thanks.
Lauren, that was an excellent answer. And the only thing I would just kind of tag on there would be associated with the comment about groundwater too, really. And I think vegetation is part of this story. Yes, in a lot of these areas, we are removing a lot of vegetation and using that material to go back into the stream to provide that roughness. In some areas, we're diverting into forested floodplain. So we're immediately putting shade on that water. In other areas where we have removed the vegetation because of that increase in the groundwater, we're seeing almost an immediate response from those, from willow and from cottonwood, species that have evolved around regular intervals of disturbance, primarily flood disturbance, that have now been removed from the landscape. And so we are seeing kind of initial periods where we're definitely getting increased thermal load onto the surface water, but over time we're seeing a very quick regeneration of native vegetation that is providing a measure of shade. So 2 cents.
Great, thank you. Thank you.
All right, Jamie, you're up next, please.
Well, thanks. As others have said, great presentations. And also I always enjoy hearing the questions. My colleagues ask such great questions, but one that has been kind of, well, there's two that I have, and the second one has been kind of danced around to a certain point, but I want to approach more directly. But the first one actually touches on comments, actually, Jared, that you made about your project that I imagine also probably impacts Waichus Creek at this time, and that is the fire, the Grandview fire. Waichus is real close to where I live, and I was looking at the maps, it looked like the area or the reach of stream was probably within that fire zone. So did the Grandview fire impact that project? And then I assume that would add to the 5-year plan in terms of the study and impact. So just that question first to Lauren.
Thanks, Jamie. The Grandview fire was immediately downstream of the phase of restoration that we just started implementing. Literally, we broke ground and implemented for 1 week, and then we had to pause for a week. The construction crew was deputized to fight the fire. They cut a fire break at the downstream property boundary. It was, one person said it looked like a 4-lane highway. And what we heard from Oregon Department of Forestry was that having the construction crew there was actually instrumental in holding holding that line and containing the fire. So we paused implementation for only 1 week, and we were able to resume the following week. And so thankfully, and I'm just going to knock on wood here, there have been no impacts from the Grandview fire to our restoration projects.
Well, that's good news. Then just to tangent on a personal note, a personal thank you to everyone who worked on that, because my family had packed our go bags. We were expecting to have to evacuate because of that fire. So really appreciate on a personal note. And I mentioned at the beginning, Jamie McLeod, for the record, Jamie McLeod Skinner, member at large, member of the board. The second question is really for, I guess, all three of you, and then also for staff in general, and is to really ask about the potential threats to doing some of this work and reversing the trajectory of this work. So I am a huge fan of stage zero restoration. I'm a huge fan of incorporate the brilliance of natural engineering, which I think this is really doing. And the point was well made that the studying of the value of it will take several years to first do it, and then find those bumps of Jared, you touched on this about the cycles you go through before you actually see the long-term impacts. Are we at this point hearing of or seeing of potential threats from that policy point to reverse that? And I know, Ken, from your work of even having that workshop, it really is kind of getting out ahead of that. But it sounds like that was focused more on practitioners in the field versus the public in general. But it seems to me in this time of drought, and I guess public conflict is weighing heavy on my mind these days with drought, and then also even things like the Delta campground. I imagine there's going to be backlash to that. So, and a couple other people have talked about how we're messaging the value of this, how we're studying it, the peer review really showing that value. Are we seeing direct pushback at this point? And should we be thinking about how we address that in the early stages to really give us the time to show the value of this full piece of this work?
Well, I know that both Jared and Lauren had, to use your words, pushback for their projects, and they worked long and hard on addressing that to get partner buy-in. And so maybe we could, Jared, I saw him come off mute, and Lauren talk about that. And then, our role in that, Jamie, we see as helping facilitate the information sharing, and as new information emerges, making it available. But that next step of how to translate it and disseminate it to various audiences is a bit of an art that we need to think about and sort of need staff resources to do. But go ahead, Jared and Lauren, please.
Yeah, thank you for that question. Very, very, very astute observation. And I'll try to give as concise answers as I possibly can. So before starting the South Fork work, I alluded to a prioritization process that identified the South Fork in 2012. We actually started outreach about working on a large scale on the South Fork in 2013. So we spent 5 years between the Watershed Council and the Forest Service talking to user groups, multiple field trips, presentations at their annual meetings, a lot of attention paid to like the Mackenzie River Guides and Mackenzie Fly Fishers. Absolutely critical. We had a handful of comments that came through the DEQ process, but actually relatively few. And then we were very much, so that was pre-project. And then during the project, a series of or leading up to immediately the project, the year of, almost over the top notification to river users, guides, both rafter and fishing guides, and local neighbors about what was going on, when it was happening, and what you might want to expect. We were a little bit muted because we're working relatively remotely. I think the interesting next step is going to be, well, twofold. As we try to increase kind of the scale and scope, whether we're doing one of these like every other year, or every 3 years or something. And then Mackenzie, we're hoping to implement projects, almost annually for the next decade. We're close to having that list basically ready to go. And I think what we need to keep in the back of our mind is your point exactly, is that we can't rush into these projects without that same level of outreach. And particularly when we move from public lands that can be relatively isolated, like the projects that were implemented in the Middle Fork, Willamette, were done above Hills Creek Reservoir. You know, unless you're out there specifically to see them, you're not going to see them. It's a little bit differently when we start working on either land trust, McKenzie River Trust, or Deschutes Land Trust, or property right off the main stem McKenzie River, which is a project that's happening right now. And so, and that project has run into more public questions, even with that outreach. You know, you do your outreach, but you're only going to be able to impact or reach a certain number of people. And so, yes, let's keep talking about that. Let's keep prioritizing that, and let's find ways to support each other doing it, because without it, it's going to be, it has the potential to be detrimental. No question about it.
Thanks, Jared. I'll try to be brief as well. There's a reason that we have not implemented a stage 0 restoration project since 2016, and it was because of the response that we received from our partners. And a lot of the monitoring work that we've done was in direct response to our partners asking us to delay subsequent phases of restoration while we were able to collect data to provide empirical information about the physical and biological outcomes that were occurring on these projects. And I think we recently heard at a technical review team meeting from someone who had been really, I will say, vehemently opposed to our stage 0 restoration at Waichus Canyon following implementation, that he's become a believer in stage 0 restoration, and he really appreciates both the habitat benefits that the project is providing, but also that we stopped and we delayed implementation. That this next phase that's being implemented now, I think, was originally scheduled for 2018. So we initially waited 4 years and then the additional year because of COVID. I would say there also, I think the low-tech process-based approach works very differently. It doesn't have the carbon costs in terms of heavy equipment, which is a tremendous benefit. It also doesn't have the extensive disturbance footprint, but there is a new FEMA regulation and permitting requirement regarding no rise in floodplains, which when you're trying to inundate your floodplain, those are somewhat contradictory. And so that's a current challenge that we're facing with our Waichus Canyon, with our Willow Springs Preserve project.
Well, thank you so much. I so greatly appreciate your deep understanding of both the art and the science of this work. And then just a comment or a question to Renee and Maida. I really think that my colleagues, Brenda and Molly and Paul, have all talked about different ways that really help to communicate this value in the studies. It does come down to additional staff time. So if it comes the question of whether it's OWEB's role to do that, and if so, the allocation of additional resources, please let us know. I don't know if you want just a general referral on this, because it sounds like we've had enough board members who expressed interest in some of that work. So if resources are needed, please let us know, or if it's some other entity's role to do it and we can encourage some way, please let us know as well.
Yeah, I'll actually, this is a conversation we'll be having with the coordinating committee next week on some of these items that are, some are staff reference items, some are board reference items. And we've put together a draft process for the coordinating committee to take a look at for how those things move forward, because the board can't necessarily allocate resources directly to staff, but there are other conversations that can be had. So I'm really excited, glad you raised it, Jamie, and we're hoping to put a process in front of you that might help move some of those conversations forward.
All right, thank you. So I'm going to go Brenda, Bruce, and then I'm going to pass it off to Renee to wrap us up on this agenda item. So.
Great, thank you. This will be quick. I posted in the chat line a link to the Norwest stream temperature projections under climate change scenarios, and just wanted to point out that the Backy design I love. It's great, but it provides information on short-term responses to pre-implementation conditions. And I think to Liza Jane and Molly's points regarding stream temperature, putting the results into the context of what the stream temperatures might be in the future would be helpful.
Thank you, Brenda. All right, Bruce.
Well, thank you for the presentations. Will stage 0 restoration projects always require the level of monitoring and that we're doing on these? Or do you anticipate a time when we will know enough that we can do widespread stage 0 restoration work at a lower cost, lower people investment, etc.?
Yeah. Good question, Bruce. Thank you. That is something we've talked about with the Forest Service, that these 2 monitoring projects that OWEB is helping co-fund are, we can't expect everybody to do those everywhere because of what you just talked about, the intensity in human resources, the sophistication of them, and the need for the staff to have those skills to do it, and the analysis and the time. And so in one of the slides that Jared had was data synthesis. So part of the project for the grant to South Fork Mackenzie that was provided for match was the PNW Research Station, which is the Forest Service. They're doing that data compilation of projects across stage 0. They brought together in 2 workshops practitioners to talk about that conceptual model of, like, if we do this, what do we expect to help inform monitoring, and then test that and apply that over time, with the idea that Forest Service hopes to come up with core monitoring recommendations that they hope everybody can do. And then there's these additional recommendations if you want to do more in depth and have additional resources and skilled professionals to take that on. And so as that information comes in, they can revisit that conceptual model to confirm and better understand those linkages between cause and effect. And that should help refine monitoring approaches over time. So the short answer is no.
That's exciting.
And
Thanks.
Bruce, just one quick addition to that. So what Lauren mentioned is very real also. They hadn't implemented since 2016, and that's because there really was not much hard data to point to around what are we seeing, short-term, long-term, negative, positive effects of these projects. So what Lauren and Jared just talked with the board about is so foundational for beginning to understand I think, 1, the effects, but then 2, where can we find some of those efficiencies with different types of tools and technologies, so that when we are continuing to monitor in certain places, we're being thoughtful about not everyone can do it because of sophistication, because of funding. How can we get the biggest bang for the monitoring buck that you and others are investing in future stage 0 monitoring, whether it is more of the big earth moving work or some of that low tech process based work.
That's exciting. Thanks.
All right, Renee,
So
you wanted to, oh,
yep.
Who's that?
So I'll be really brief with wrap up. So just to tee up a few next steps. So we will be coming back to you, board members, this biennium, probably with 2 subsequent requests. So one would be more focused on some of the near-term next steps in Waichu. So some of those pieces that Lauren mentioned, really putting before you the phase 2 consideration, potentially in tandem with some of this community of practice type information sharing, which could incorporate some of the pieces that we talked about around how do we get this not just in peer reviewed publications, but still peer reviewed, however, out for practitioner use, broader community awareness, understanding, to really serve as a communication forum. I would say at some point later in the biennium, given what some of Jared described has occurred, in the South Fork Mackenzie, we would expect a subsequent request for some of those phase 2 follow-ups in that particular location, but accounting for the step back time that those local partners need because of the impacts of Holiday Farm and some of the new opportunities, frankly, that it presents with areas such as Delta Campground. So just to give you a sense of next steps, but we will be working closely as staff with the monitoring committee on any next steps that will ultimately be presented to the full board in terms of updates and funding. So thanks so much for your time and enormous interest in this topic, and huge thanks to our partners and presenters, Lauren and Jared. It was fantastic to have you here with us.
Yes, I echo that, Renee. They did a great job today. Great presentation. So Liza Jane, if you're okay, I feel like we can nail out one more agenda item before lunch. And I was thinking about M. How do you feel about that?
Renee and Audrey, Audrey's with us?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
We have a story before lunch?
Yes.
Oh,
all right, go for it, you two.
So I'll turn it over to us. Yep, go for it, Audrey. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Renee, co-chairs, and members of the board. For the record, my name is Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator with OWEB. Item M features a project from the Coos Watershed Association completed under OWEB's Telling the Restoration Story grant offering. This item, I do believe, begins on page 220 of the long board ebook, or item M, if you're online, clicking each item as we go. Telling the Restoration Story is a targeted grant offering, and the goal is to communicate the outcomes of OWEB-funded restoration efforts. The grants support 2 major components. The first component is compilation, analysis, and interpretation of existing data. And the second component is the production of outreach products. And those outreach products are intended to reach a broad audience, including legislators and members of the OWEB board, such as we're featuring at today's board meeting. And the offering also asks grantees to identify specific audiences for the products so that they can communicate the outcomes of their work with practitioners that are working on similar issues and similar landscapes. As described in the staff report, 8 Telling the Restoration Story projects have been funded so far, and these are linked to through the online map that's in the staff report, and they are also linked to through the Oregon Watershed Enhancement Board webpage, highlighted project section kind of over in the lower right-hand corner of the webpage. As described in the staff report, Coos Watershed Association began restoration and monitoring in Willanche in the mid-1990s. And now Willanche is measurably cooler and provides high-quality fish habitat and access to the estuary. With Telling the Restoration Story funding, Coos Watershed Association updated an existing case study. They were able to incorporate more recent stream temperature and fish monitoring results because of the funding. As with other Telling the Restoration Story projects, OWEB staff work closely with the grantee. Specifically, Ken Fetcho, Effectiveness Monitoring Coordinator, advised closely on the technical report, and Lisa Apple, former Conservation Outcomes Specialist with OWEB, advised on the outreach product design and the video storyline. And the result is 3 things: a trifold brochure that can be printed, handed out, kept on the coffee table or the greeting table of the Watershed Association or other partners, and a 12-page updated technical report. Both of those are attached to the staff report, and a short video that is being featured on the Coos Watershed Association webpage was also featured as part of their big 25th birthday party, and was featured at the Trout Unlimited Film Festival. And next we'll watch a short segment of the video that will provide some more information on Willanche, fish monitoring, and tide gate improvements, and then we'll conclude with a couple of moments for questions. So next I'll show a portion of the video.
Audrey, we can't hear the audio. And if you back it up, I think I can tell you how to do it. There you go. Oh. So Audrey, if you go to view options under your screen, you should be able to share your audio.
Okay, sorry, Maida, I apologize. So you couldn't hear any of the audio?
No.
Okay.
No,
View
so if you
options
back
under
it up,
Zoom?
I think under the share, we're up at the top of the screen where we are viewing your screen. You should have an option up there that says to share your computer audio. I think that's where it is. It isn't showing up for me because I'm not sharing my own screen.
Okay, I just saw it. I apologize for that. Let me try this again.
Effects of salmon persistence,
Perfect.
long-term monitoring, and sloughs like this one have evolved to thrive in sloughs like this one across the Pacific Northwest for millennia. Their complex life history and migrations bring them into contact with many of our daily activities. To fully understand the aspects of salmon persistence, long-term monitoring is necessary. These efforts provide an assessment of fish response to the dynamic environments in the tidal zone. By monitoring salmon movements between Willanche Creek and the estuary, we better understand when and how fish utilize these habitats. The tools we use are rotary screw traps and radio frequency tagging. The combination of these methods allow us to capture, tag, and then track salmon throughout their migrations, even as they return as adults to spawn. We can estimate salmon population size, growth rates, and survival in comparison to previous years and other sites on the coast. All of this improves our understanding of how natural and human factors affect salmon, both locally and regionally. The incredible journey that salmon make, twice transitioning between fresh and salt water, is exceptional in nature. This life history is called anadromy. Our research and others show that these migrations are linked to regular seasonal and tidal cycles. Throughout historic and current changes, salmon continue to find productive habitats. Quality rearing habitats provide shelter from predators, abundant food, suitable water temperatures, and in sloughs like this one, salinities that promote growth and survival. Tidal slough habitats like this one around Coos Bay provide the optimal water conditions for salmon to grow and transition to life in the ocean, a process called smolting. Salmon that have access to tidal water during smolting grow larger faster and are more likely to survive in the ocean and return to spawn in streams like Willanche Creek. Tide gates are designed to prevent tidal waters from flooding agricultural fields and other human development. The MTR tide gate installed here at the mouth of Willanche Creek has restored a portion of the natural tidal cycle that salmon have adapted to. With stakeholders working together, tide gate restoration can promote both fish and pasture productivity.
The Willanche story is a great example of the power of partnerships. For nearly 25 years, both private and public landowners have worked together to improve the landscape in a wide variety of ways. As our long-term monitoring shows, together these individual actions have created big improvements in both water quality and fish habitat. These improvements not only benefit the fish and wildlife, but it also benefits the community and economy. Water connects and impacts all of us, and we all play a role in being stewards of this vital resource.
Thanks. And Renee and I are available to answer any questions about agenda item M.
And Co-Chair, before we go into the questions, just one piece to add. Thanks so much to the board yesterday for your adoption of the spending plan. We will be able to restart the targeted offering for telling the restoration story grants, which is very exciting. We had several local partners from different areas of the state already in the queue when COVID hit. So we've reached out to them to let them know about the request that we were making to you all yesterday. So thanks for your investment in the quantifying conservation outputs and outcomes line item that will help to expand the number of those great local stories that we have that are data driven to really give a sense of the outcomes from your restoration investments.
Thank you. Any questions or comments for Audrey or Renee on this agenda item? All right, I am not seeing any. Thank you both very much. And it is exactly noon. We did it. Thank you. And so we'll take a half-hour break for lunch and see everybody back here at 12:30.
Welcome back, everyone. I don't know about you all, but I can't hardly even get in trouble in 30 minutes. Wise call, Barbara, wise call. Well, we're back and we get to start with a break based on our agenda. But we're so good, we don't need to do that. I'm gonna welcome everyone back and start with our agenda item N, which is the Rogue Forest FIP geography change request, and turn this over to Eric and Andrew.
Great, thank you, co-chairs, members of the board. Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. And we're on item N, agenda item N, which is on page 236 of the long PDF, 176 of the shorter PDF for those following at home. And this is the Rogue Forest FIP geography change request. And a little bit of background, and then I'll turn it over to Andrew for the specifics. When applicants come in and apply to become FIPs, those partnerships are required at the time of application to have completed a strategic action plan and a governance structure. And part of the strategic action plan involves really honing in on, for the 6 years of a FIP initiative, where specifically have they prioritized to complete their work and what specific actions will be included over that 6-year period. And we have a fairly clear policy on that so that FIPs that are funded for specific actions in a specific geography, other entities that might be interested in applying for open solicitation actions in those same geographies would be prevented from doing so for the duration of the FIP. And so we pay a lot of attention to the details here on FIP geography and on the specific actions that are approved in a FIP application approved by the board. There is an expectation that because they've done extensive work on prioritization and long-term planning, that the geography and the actions most likely won't change over a 6-year period. However, there are sometimes circumstances that arise where a FIP partnership comes to us with a request to make changes. And in accordance with our program rules, any changes to the geography or the actions or both that are requested from a FIP partnership have to be approved by the board, as it was the board that initially approved the scope and geography of a particular FIP. And so for this request, we're going to look at the details requested from the Rogue Forest FIP on their geography change. And for that, I'll turn it over to Andrew.
Thanks, Eric. And good afternoon, everyone. Great to see you all. For the record, Andrew Dutter, OWEB staff. Just one additional thought to what Eric shared, and then I'll touch on some of the highlights from the staff report and the attachment, which is the memo from the partnership providing their justification for the proposed change. The additional thought just being that this type of request is it's not common. I would say it's rare. In fact, this might just be the third time we've come to the board with this type of request since the FIP program started in 2016. But it is, we do have this mechanism for making these type of changes in FIP rules so that we can be responsive along with the partnerships to any type of extraordinary or exceptional circumstances, changes on the landscape, emerging priorities, that kind of thing. So getting into some of the details of this particular request, I think the catastrophic wildfires of 2020 certainly qualify as extraordinary circumstances. That's really the impetus for the requested change here. The partnership is seeking to adjust their FIP initiative geography. And Eric, do we want to put the map up on the screen share? It helps illustrate what we're discussing, and it's the map I'm referring to is map number 1 in the attachment that the partnership provided. So you can see the area in kind of the maroon color there is what we're calling the West Bear area. That's what the partnership would like to add to their FIP initiative. The area in green to the north is the Middle Applegate area, and that is what the partnership is proposing to remove from their FIP initiative. And if you, Eric, actually, if we have there's one other map that was with the proposal. So you can see those two areas again within the larger FIP geography, and you see that the West Bear area is in direct proximity to the towns of Jacksonville, Phoenix, Talent. The West Bear area did not burn during the Alameda fire. The fire was very close. It was within a few miles, but I think the reason that this area, West Bear, is such a high priority is for restoration treatment is to help prevent any further damage to those communities and in protection of the forests in those areas. Since the wildfires, there's been considerable other resources that have come to bear on this West Bear area. If you look on page 2 of the memo from the partnership, you'll see that there's a number of large financial contributions, $2 million from Sustainable Northwest. Recently, a $2 million RCPP grant was awarded, $500,000 from the state, all earmarked for restoration treatments in that West Bear area. And so what the partnership would like to do is to expand the FIP initiative into that area to complement those restoration resources with FIP dollars to support community engagement and monitoring some of the really critical other restoration related activities that they customarily provide with their restoration treatments and other areas of the FIP initiative. And this would result in a net gain of about 12,000 acres for the FIP initiative. And this West Bear area includes a higher proportion of private lands than the Middle Applegate area originally had proposed. So a couple other thoughts. The partnership does still intend to pursue restoration work in that Middle Applegate area. It's not that they're canceling that work, just postponing it for the time being. I think there's some strong landowner commitments in that area that will persist until that time comes that the partnership's ready to pursue that work. And the other thing I would note relative to Eric's comments in introducing the topic is that the partners have done diligent outreach to other restoration organizations and other entities within their FIP initiative area to inform them of the proposed change so that those entities are aware of that and what that might mean for their pursuit of OWEB funding through open solicitation or other programs. So they've been on top of that outreach with others there. So for all of those reasons, and again, to assist in being responsive to the wildfires last year, staff recommend the approval of this initiative geography change as proposed. And I'll stop there. Happy to take questions.
Can we drop the screen share so I can see everybody a little easier? Thank you. Although the map was very helpful. Thanks for putting that up while you talked about that. Any questions or comments for Andrew or Eric? All right, Brenda and then Jamie.
Hi, thank you. Brenda McComb for the record. Am I understanding correctly that this would then be a vote to establish an exception to policy?
For the record, Eric Williams, Grant Program Manager at OWEB. I would say it's not an exception to policy, rather it's following the course of the administrative rules that basically say that if there is a request to change, it must be approved by the board. In terms of some of the remarks that both Andrew and I made earlier, there is an expectation that because so much planning has gone into a FIP that there likely wouldn't be the need to change, but sometimes circumstances arise. And as Andrew explained here, with the circumstances in this case being directly related to unexpected wildfire damage and the need to shore up some prevention measures for an area that's close to infrastructure similar to the fires that hit, staff felt that this qualified as a reasonable request to change that geography based on what's happened. I think that our recommendation would likely be different if we had a situation where it appeared that there were changes that didn't really have reasons that were beyond a partnership's control. And in this case, very clearly, the reasons for the request are both the causation is out of the partnership's control, but also the opportunity that presented itself was for some pretty significant leveraging of other dollars to get more work done.
Thank you, Eric.
And I would just add, if I could, as staff, I don't think we would bring a proposed change like this to the board if we didn't feel like it rose to that threshold of being an important adjustment to the initiative. And as Eric said, the board approves these initiatives in their original and proposed format. So any adjustment at this initiative level requires a board approval.
Yeah, thank you both. I just wanted to clarify that because we voted to not make an exception to policy for an issue earlier today, and I just wanted to make sure that we're being consistent in what we're doing.
Thank you, Brenda, Andrew, and Eric. Jamie.
It wasn't a question. I was actually going to ask if I could make the motion when the time is right on this, just given that I worked in wildfire recovery in the neighboring communities that were absolutely devastated by the wildfire last year and are terrified of future wildfire. So really appreciate this coming forward. But when the time is right, I would ask my colleagues if I can make the motion.
Well, I would concede to that, even though my great grandparents were the Applegates. I will let you go ahead on that.
I have one quick question. Sorry, Barbara Boyer for the record. So is this project, are they going to be recipients of any of that wildfire response grant money?
Eric Williams for the record. We did have wildfire response grant funds going to the Almeda fire, but those were in the direct area of fire impact. And so it does not overlap with this geography.
All right, thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Okay, seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion.
Chair, I'd like to offer, this is Jamie McLeod-Skinner, a public member at large of OWEB. And also just to confirm that I don't have a conflict of interest on this. I would like to move that the board approve the proposed change for the Rogue Forest Partners to include the West Bear area and remove the Middle Applegate area in their FIP initiative geography.
To a second?
I'll second this, Jason.
Thank you, Jason. A motion's been made and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Okay, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Raise your hand.
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation.
Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. All right, we are moving down the agenda. We're going to get out early today, guys. So Renee and Audrey, are you still? Yep, you're still there. All right, we're going to move down to agenda item O, updates on climate executive order activities. Take it away.
Great. Thank you so much, co-chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. Renee Davis, Deputy Director for the record, joined by Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator, and currently doing a lot of work related to climate. So we're focused on, this is an informational item only, agenda item O in your ebook. So for the longer ebook, it's page 242, shorter one, page 182. So I'll start with just brief background overview, then I'll turn it over to Audrey, who will dig into some of the specifics of the work emerging from the Oregon Global Warming Commission, and then I'll provide a short update on the impacted communities work. So in terms of background, last March of 2020, just before COVID really hit with a vengeance, Governor Brown issued Executive Order 2004, which focused on climate. So there were multiple components. It was actually quite a lengthy executive order, multiple components, including reducing and regulating greenhouse gas emissions and giving specific charges to particular agencies on that front. Also underscoring the very real impacts that climate change has on a whole host of communities, but in particular vulnerable communities, including but not limited to BIPOC communities. And so the executive order touched on a whole host of proposed actions to get at climate impacts and concerns about greenhouse gas emissions. In particular, OWEB was named in two spots within the executive order, so section 3E and section 12A. So just quick overview of what those are. So section 3E specifically called out OWEB along with several other agencies to participate in an interagency work group that focused on climate impacts to impacted communities. So you see the bottom of page 1 of the staff report really calls out what the intent was in terms of overarching focus for the interagency work group. So really providing a forum to put climate and equity front and center and in tandem, thinking through how the states can be more accountable to addressing the impacts that climate has on frontline communities, and really identifying some priority areas for action related to climate impacted communities. So I'll touch on that piece later. The second part, section 12A of the executive order, and I mentioned this briefly yesterday in response to Liza Jane's questions about carbon sequestration. So this charged the Oregon Global Warming Commission to work with multiple state agencies, including OWEB, Department of Forestry, and Department of Ag, to explore natural and working land opportunities related to carbon sequestration, and in particular to recommend a particular goal that the state might set for meeting sequestration needs with natural and working land. So that, as I mentioned yesterday, two components to that work. One really focused on outreach and ensuring that overall the commission had extensive input from a whole host of different partners, and whether that be conservationists, restoration practitioners, tribal members, BIPOC communities, interest groups, whether it's ag, forestry, an extensive outreach effort to ensure that natural and working lands recommendations were grounded in what folks are experiencing on the ground and in reality. The second piece really focused on a whole host of technical issues related to natural and working lands. So those are the two pieces we'll be hitting on today. Audrey will focus on the Oregon Global Warming Commission piece. She's been working intimately as part of that process, on top of coming back from Food Security and Farm Worker Safety Program and picking up many of her conservation outcomes responsibilities. She's really stepped in on climate issues. So I'll turn it over to her for now, and then we'll come back and talk about the impacted communities work. Go ahead, Audrey.
Thank you, Renee. And my intention is that we are now seeing slide 3. Thank you, Renee, and co-chairs and members of the board. For the record, my name is Audrey Hatch, Conservation Outcomes Coordinator. And as Renee mentioned and described, I'm here to give an update on the natural and working lands component of Executive Order 20-04. Carbon dioxide, as we know, is one of the major greenhouse gases contributing to the global and general warming trends and the extreme weather events that are part of how we're experiencing climate change here in the Northwest. We know that natural and working landscapes, plants, and soils capture and hold on to carbon. So how we manage our lands impacts how much carbon is stored or released into the atmosphere each year. That process is known as carbon flux. Through specific management practices, we can protect that carbon that's already stored. We can increase the amount that's been captured or slow its release back into the air, bringing us into balance. These carbon sequestration practices complement other efforts to mitigate for climate change, such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions at their source. Oregon is especially well positioned to leverage the benefit from our natural and working lands with our diverse carbon-dense forests, rich tidal wetlands, and productive agricultural and rangelands. And at least 8 other states have already developed climate action plans that do include specific strategies for carbon sequestration in the land sector. Under the directive from Governor Kate Brown, Oregon has now drafted a proposal with specific recommendations for how to enhance sequestration and how to inventory carbon on our land sector. As Renee described, initiated in March of 2020, this executive order directed the Oregon Global Warming Commission under the leadership of Chair Catherine McDonald to work with the state departments of Agriculture, Forestry, and the Watershed Enhancement Board to prepare a proposal informed by meaningful public input. Oregon Department of Environmental Quality and Land Conservation and Development also engaged very closely in the work. The draft is now posted on the Global Warming Commission website. Commissioners will discuss at their meeting next Wednesday, and the final proposal will be updated and provided to Governor Brown's office for consideration. And today I'll walk you through the current draft, including an overview of the public input received, the proposed goal, and the strategy and recommendations for how to achieve the goal. Public input was gathered from all throughout Oregon with great assistance from an Oregon State University Sea Grant Fellow, Astria Strawn, who is serving a fellowship here at OWEB. First, a targeted survey was initiated to reach Oregon's agricultural and forest landowners and the organizations that support them, technical assistance providers, interest groups, conservation organizations. In total, 737 folks responded to the survey. And the responses are shown here, distributed throughout the state. Many open-ended responses were analyzed, providing lots of new ideas and topics to explore through a series of 8 focused discussions. These discussions gave an opportunity for almost 100 participants to envision the future and how they would want Oregon's sequestration accomplishments to be described. As one example, I'd like to read one quote from a person who participated in one of the focused discussions. "We will look back and we'll see 2021 as a turning point in our state's history when we began to listen to each other, invest in our health, repair our community relationships and our climate together at the same time." The targeted survey and the focused discussions all together resulted in many specific recommendations on practices, programs, and policy considerations to enhance sequestration. A broad outreach survey was made available online. Tribal and additional agency and expert input was solicited under the direction of Chair McDonald, including invited panel discussions at commission meetings. Taken together, all of this outreach resulted in 3 major themes: continue to engage Oregonians, include a meaningful goal and success indicators, and outline how to get there. We will walk through each of these themes. The first theme, engaging Oregonians, captures many recommendations related to people. And the proposal calls for a process that will continue to promote communication, increase trust, engage with tribes, bring an equity lens to all aspects of the carbon sequestration work, and balance impacts on landowners, including opportunities to learn together as practices are implemented and knowledge is improved over time. In addition, public input noted the goal must address the urgency of the climate crisis. Oregon can and should be a leader in carbon sequestration. The proposal identifies a goal for carbon sequestration on our natural and working lands, and specifically calls for an additional range of between 4 and 7 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent to be sequestered every year by 2030. And from there, it increases the goal to a range of between 5 and 8 million metric tons carbon dioxide equivalent per year by 2050. Importantly, the sequestration goal is proposed to be in addition to the existing emissions reduction goals that are already set in place. And recognizing we're doing the work for the first time, the sequestration goal for natural and working lands is to be set relative to an activity-based business as usual baseline that will be developed using data from the years 2010 to 2020. The proposal calls for accountability through additional specific goals and metrics that will look at funding and activity. Examples of activity-based goals include the number of acres that adopt soil health practices or acres of riparian reforestation. These activity-based goals help technical assistance providers, landowners, and land managers adopt new practices. Community impact goals will bring accountability to our equity and environmental justice commitments. The proposal calls for community impact goals to be set in alignment with the Racial Justice Council and in alignment with recommendations from the Environmental Justice Task Force and Interagency Work Group on Climate Impacted Communities that Renee mentioned. The rest of the presentation will focus on how do we get there, the overall strategy, and the specific recommendations that support the proposal. Public input and feedback identified specific practices to enhance sequestration on our forests, coastal ecosystems, and agricultural lands. By far, the most popular suggestion from all of the public input taken together calls for incentives-based policies and programs. Voluntary incentives will be essential to help landowners and land managers adopt new practices. And the feedback urged a systems-based approach so the practices and incentives can be appropriately targeted. Finally, some of the feedback called for strategic improvements in regulatory mechanisms. Some feedback expressed concern about the possibility of more regulation, with some comments expressing fear that voluntary measures could become the basis for regulation at some point in the future. The proposal is organized around 4 specific recommendations to meet the goal, and we'll conclude the presentation by walking through them. The first recommendation is for Oregon to leverage federal investments in climate smart practices. For example, President Biden's executive order on tackling the climate crisis calls for an evaluation on how to make the best use of the federal United States Department of Agriculture's existing programs and funding to mitigate climate impacts. As noted yesterday during board member updates and described in the Natural and Working Lands proposal, OWEB, along with the Departments of Agriculture and Forestry, provided some detailed comments to the US Department of Agriculture on this topic. In other federal developments, based on state feedback, the Biden administration has made a new benefit available for farmers who get insurance to incentivize cover crops. And there is growing support in Congress in general for investments in climate smart infrastructure. In our Oregon's 2021 legislative session, federal American Rescue Plan funds, as well as some general funds, were allocated to natural resource priorities, and the Natural and Working Lands proposal notes there's an opportunity here to advance our carbon sequestration goals. In addition to funding, the proposal notes that given over half of our state's lands are under federal ownership, it's crucial that we continue to sit down in the office, over Zoom, and in the field, and work together with our federal land managers to really ensure that their land use and management plans are supporting our state sequestration goals. The next recommendation is to explore and advance new options for sustained state funding. To give a few examples, it is thought that new funding will be necessary for those incentives to help landowners and land managers adopt new or climate smart practices. Funding may be needed for agencies to develop and implement the recommendations, to strengthen technical assistance and education, to protect and restore natural habitats, and to deploy nature-based solutions on the built environment. And the Natural and Working Lands proposal calls for the state to create dedicated, sustained funding for climate mitigation, including the land sector. And this proposal, or excuse me, this recommendation in the proposal works in concert with recommendation 1 to really position Oregon to be able to leverage federal and private funding so that the state can focus on climate mitigation over the long term. Recommendation 3, Renee, can you just confirm for me that you see recommendation 3? Okay. Fund and direct agencies to advance key natural and working land strategies is really comprised of a series of recommendations that's focused on our state agencies. The first one of these relates to Oregon's statewide land use planning program that's administered through the Department of Land Conservation and Development. And the proposal calls for an analysis of statewide planning goals, guidance, and tools that department provides to local governments to determine how to protect and restore our natural and working lands to increase sequestration. And the proposal calls for some landscape and community level planning so that we can evaluate the carbon benefits of different land use scenarios. Next, under recommendation 3, the proposal recommends the legislature fund the development of a soil health and climate smart agricultural program. This program should align with the efforts of the Department of Agriculture, with OWEB, and with agricultural research programs at OSU, and technical assistance that's already being provided through OSU Extension and through the Soil and Water Conservation Districts to really advance climate smart management practices and leverage funds and programs such as those offered by the Natural Resource Conservation Service. And the proposal specifically recommends funding the Oregon Agricultural Heritage Program, which was established by the legislature in 2017, but not yet fully funded. OAHP's rules and priorities can be evaluated to see how it can help to advance climate smart practices. And the Natural and Working Lands proposal also recommends the OAHP expand and be funded to include family forest landowners. Continuing under recommendation 3, the proposal notes perhaps the greatest potential for increasing carbon sequestration in Oregon is associated with how we manage our forests and the wood products they produce. The commission received significant input on the importance of sequestration in forests and reducing emissions from wildfires and harvest. The recommendation to support the implementation of climate smart forest management includes many specific points. The proposal recommends the legislature fund urban forestry efforts for local communities, recognizing tree cover is an environmental justice issue. The proposal recommends revisions and reconsideration of the Oregon Forest Practices Act to ensure that climate mitigation and adaptation are included as outcomes and filling the need to cover private lands in Oregon. The proposal calls for the development of a strategic plan for reforestation and acknowledges that need for seedling production that has been noted since the catastrophic wildfires of last year. Aligning with efforts currently underway at the Department of Forestry, The Natural and Working Lands proposal calls for a blue ribbon panel to oversee an all lands strategic plan that would look at how to incentivize climate smart forestry while also at the same time maintaining or enhancing Oregon's harvested wood product infrastructure. And finally, under the category of climate smart forestry, the proposal calls for efforts to expand forest resiliency treatments to reduce emissions from wildfire, buffer against mortality from drought, and help to prevent pest outbreaks as co-benefits. The proposal calls for an increase in efforts to protect and restore our carbon-rich coastal ecosystems. These systems include emergent marshes, forested swamps, and eelgrass beds. These are crucial fish and wildlife habitat, and they are excellent carbon sinks. Some tidal wetland habitats compare on a per acre basis to our old growth forests and their ability and capacity to store carbon. However, over half of our coastal wetlands have been converted to other land uses, and this impacts their ability to sequester carbon, may also impact or reduce their ability to buffer against sea level rise. So the proposal recommends updating estuary management plans and enhanced conservation and restoration around tidal wetlands. The proposal also recommends more investment in planning for sea level rise, outlining specific programs and policies to accomplish this work. A key theme from all of the different avenues of the public input was around the need to expand technical assistance and training. Landowners will need training and encouragement in new practices, and there is much to be learned together as new methods are explored. The proposal notes a need for training natural resources professionals throughout the land sector in climate-friendly practices. Currently, technical assistance is funded through private and public sources in Oregon. Federal funding includes the Forest Service, NRCS, and NOAA. At the state level, OWEB works closely with the Department of Agriculture to administer capacity funding for our soil and water conservation districts and for watershed councils. And Oregon State University Extension Service provides technical assistance using funding from the Oregon legislature, counties, and some federal sources. However, staff resources in these organizations, as well as grant dollars, are stretched thin. And to meaningfully increase carbon sequestration on our natural and working lands, the proposal recommends the legislature invest additional funds to increase support for technical assistance. The final recommendation outlined in the Natural and Working Lands proposal is to invest in improvements to our natural and working lands carbon inventory and to invest in research into new practices. The proposal benefited from information that was provided by the World Resources Institute, outlining a framework for using and improving carbon inventories on different land types. And the proposal benefited from information provided through the US EPA's state inventory tool for Oregon. However, there is a need to refine all of this information, and technical experts outline several specific improvements. For our forests, the proposal aligns with the Oregon Department of Forestry's call for increased measurements at the US Forest Service Forest Inventory and Assessment plots, FIA plots, noting especially a need to collect information on federal and private lands. And the proposal notes there may be opportunities to use remote sensing data sets along with information from those plots on the ground. For blue carbon, the proposal builds on work from the Pacific Northwest Blue Carbon Working Group. That group brings together scientists, restoration practitioners, conservation leaders, land managers, policy, finance, and carbon finance and funding experts to advance blue carbon as a climate mitigation tool. And this group has already identified some specific needs and investments for mapping and research that are necessary in order to achieve that goal. The proposal recommends that Oregon invest in research to really inventory and much better understand the flux of carbon in our soils. Remote sensing data, as well as additional sample locations and a greater diversity of crop types sampled, is necessary to inform our carbon inventory on our crop and our rangeland. All of this work to improve the carbon inventory in the land sector will help inform the goal that's proposed for natural and working lands, and will help us gain a better understanding on that carbon flux in all of these systems. So this concludes today's update on the current draft natural and working lands proposal, including an overview of its recommendations and how they were informed by the public input. And I'll turn it back over to Renee.
Thanks, Audrey. So board members, we're going to go ahead. I'll do the update about the interagency work group on climate impacts to impacted communities, and then we'll open it up broadly for questions, discussion. So you see on the slide, work group report and recommendations pending. We were hoping to have received the preliminary report in the last few days, but in communications with the governor's office, they're still a few weeks out actually from circulating the draft report from the work group to the work group members for initial review consideration before more of a public rollout. So I'll give you the update that I have available, both in terms of kind of status of the process and what some of the core areas of discussion were. I don't know exactly how they'll play out in terms of recommendations that would be included in the report, but I can give you a sense of some of the pieces that were front of mind for the work group members. So initially, I was serving on the work group on behalf of the agency, thanks to other things that came up, including Labor Day fires. We transitioned that work over to Courtney. She has done a great job of engaging with the work group when it was active. So the group last met just before legislative session convened. The work group was convened or has been convened by Amira Streeter from the governor's office. Obviously with session, things became a bit busy there. So really though, as the governor's office looked to session, there was, I think, great potential for Senate Bill 286 that I mentioned yesterday. So that kind of overhaul or refinement of the Environmental Justice Task Force, really putting climate and equity kind of core together and giving specific charges to state agencies. I think really the hope and intent was that some of the intent of the work group could play out with the passage of Senate Bill 286. That did not happen. And as I mentioned yesterday, and so the governor's office, in coordination with the ongoing Environmental Justice Task Force and the governor's Racial Justice Council, including the Environmental Equity Committee, are reassessing next steps on how they might proceed. In the meantime, though, as part of the work group process, agencies were sharing what they are doing in this space of impacted communities as it relates to climate. And so a few of the key points that emerged, and I'm glancing over to make sure that I don't miss any pieces from the notes that I've taken, so apologies about that, is without question, various agencies are interested in, and in fact doing work on this integration of climate and equity concerns. There, though, I think quickly emerged from the work group conversation is there really isn't a coherent procedure or process that's being used to engage with communities in a way that, one, we're ensuring that we as agencies and the state collectively as an enterprise is engaging in ways that work for those impacted communities and in ways that necessarily target some of those priority climate impact areas that are being felt. And so really one of the big messages has been there's some significant gaps in approach and methodology. So one thing that we heard when I initially was on the work group, and it continued to be an important area of discussion, is a lot of agencies are going out to impacted communities, including community-based organizations that represent climate impacted communities, and going in this kind of singular siloed fashion and requesting engagement, wanting to know how, I mean, not unlike some of the conversations we've had, how can we be more responsive? That is really overwhelming the community-based organizations that already are quite stretched. And so I think a key message and something that I would expect to emerge in terms of a potential recommendation is we need to get our house in order from an enterprise level in terms of how we engage with these groups, and honestly, what type of compensation is provided. How can we make engagement with climate impacted communities, the organizations that represent them, and the individuals more feasible? Because currently it's really not working. So I think that, you know, one point that was flagged as part of that is that really limits meaningful collaboration and kind of co-creation as opposed to agencies just making assumptions about potentially what could be done. So that was a key point of discussion. Another has really been around data. And so some agencies, one, have bigger kind of data analysis shops than other agencies do. Two, some have better ways to integrate demographic data. But there really is not kind of a consistent capacity across agencies to incorporate data about where are those biggest climate impacts and risks to disadvantaged communities. And so I suspect that we'll see something in terms of how can we, on kind of the data and analysis side, have more of an enterprise approach so that agencies are approaching prioritization of various processes, whether it's rulemaking, whether it's grant making, on how do we best get at some of those areas that truly are kind of tip of spear frontline communities. So all that said, I am making some guesses here about some of the potential recommendations, but everything that I've shared thus far is really based well in the conversations to date by the Climate Impacted Communities Work Group. So happy to answer questions that I'm able to, and certainly happy to take questions that we don't have answers to yet back to discuss with the governor's office, as in the next few weeks they're putting together the preliminary report. So I think, Audrey, with that, maybe we can stop screen share, and co-chair, if you'd like to manage the Q&A, that would be fantastic.
All righty, I can do that. Are you going to unshare the screen?
Thank you. I wanted to just say one more comment real quick before I do that. The website link at the bottom here is the Oregon Global Warming Commission website. And that, I just wanted to say, is where the proposal with those recommendations and all of the supporting materials regarding public feedback and public input is all on that website.
Thank you. Any questions or comments from the board? So I have one comment, or actually question. So Renee, the report you gave was there's no recommendations yet on how, okay. And then next week, Audrey, the commission is putting the recommendations forward?
Thank you. Co-chairs, members of the board. Yes, next week on Wednesday, August 4th, the Oregon Global Warming Commission will consider the natural and working lands proposal. Okay. So the numbered recommendations in the slideshow, and there will be some discussion, and then the final proposal will be provided to Governor Brown's office.
Okay, thank you. Liza Jane,
and Barbara,
go ahead.
Oh, just sorry, for the record, Renee Davis, Deputy Director. So correct, there is no draft report even at this point for the climate impacted communities work group, but we expect the draft in the next few weeks for initial review by work group members. I don't have a timeline for when it will be available for broader public review.
Okay. Liza Jane, did you have your hand raised?
I did. Thank you. I just didn't get the website written down quick enough. Keep Oregon cool dot what? Org? Oh, org?
Yes, I'll pop it in the chat. Does that work for you, Liza Jane? It's keeporegoncool.org. You're correct.
Yeah, I got it now, so we're good. Thank you.
All right, Brenda, you got your hand raised.
Yeah, just two quick things. Thank you, Brenda McComb, for the record. I posted in the chat line a link to a paper that came out recently that conflates or pulls together the information on biodiversity conservation and carbon sequestration across the Northwest that might be relevant to what OWEB might be thinking about in the future. The other is that I just want to make a point that I've also made on the Board of Forestry, and that is that any climate smart management action comes at a CO2 cost. So any management action, whatever it is we do, releases greenhouse gas, and that when we think about sequestration and storage, we need to think about the net sequestration, and the net storage after the greenhouse gas emissions have been accounted for.
Thank you, Brenda. Jason?
Yeah, thank you. And I just had a quick comment. Is there a way we can pull that last slide up? I wanted to point to a photo in that last slide real quick.
Working on it.
Awesome, thanks, Audrey. So I'll just kind of lead into it. So there's a child in that photo that is planting trees right here with their raincoat. That is Chief Don Ivy's grandson from the Coquille Indian tribe, and we lost Chief Ivy last week, I believe it was, after a bout with cancer. So I just wanted to point that out. That Don, I had a privilege of working with Don when I worked for the Coquille tribe. For many years. Don was an advocate for climate change and forest resiliency, and I see that his legacy continues to lead on. So just wanted to point that out.
Thank you, Jason. Any other, let's see. Any other questions or comments? All right, I am not seeing any, or.
I think Bruce has one.
Okay. Okay.
I just have a quick question for either Audrey or Renee. Based on all the work you're doing with the Global Warming Commission and also with the OWEB Climate Committee, do you feel our climate committee is on the right track? Are we getting sideways in any way with the Global Warming Commission? Are we working in tandem or parallel? So maybe you could update the board.
I'm happy to start, and then Audrey certainly has been closer to the process, so she may have some additional thoughts. So I would say, Bruce, that there is nothing crosswise with the commission's work. Yesterday, when we talked through the climate-related investments associated with that governor's priorities line item, 3 of the 4 of those were well aligned with what the commission has been discussing, and in fact, pieces of the recommendations around ways that we can, I think, be more effective in terms of sequestration potential on ag lands, on forested lands, and with blue carbon focused approaches. So I think those pieces are good. I actually was just opening up our initial agency report in response to the climate executive order we all had to report by June 30th of 2020, kind of what our role was, and potentially contributing to different aspects that were outlined in the executive order. And one of the studies that I suspect was a strong foundation for the goal that Audrey shared, focused on Oregon. It was Rose Graves et al. Study, focused on Oregon and really heavily leveraged some of the information that we maintain in our watershed restoration inventory, paired that with sequestration potential. So I think already we are absolutely playing in this space. There's no question. We're not quantifying it. We're not asking folks to use estimation tools and say, if you're doing a planting project, what might that stand to benefit? And I think to Brenda's point, the initial carbon footprint is not something that we've asked of grantees to do. We're starting to ask questions now, thanks to the climate committee conversations around both the impacts and benefits. So I think that's going in the right direction, but we've not directed grantees at this point that you must complete some type of a carbon footprint analysis. So that piece to get at the emission side of the equation, we're not there yet. I think we're going in the right direction. But Audrey, you've been closer to the commission process, including some of the technical pieces of that. So thoughts from you.
Thank you, Renee. And then I see Maida is ready as well. I would just add 2 quick things. Yes, I think that the work is aligned, especially on the technical side of things. I also think that as the carbon data inventory work moves forward, OWEB may continue to contribute information as Renee described was done with the Graves et al. And then Bruce, I would mention that the draft proposal actually kind of features a short call out on the climate questions that were added to the OWEB application as an example.
Yeah, and if it's all right, co-chairs Maida Lofsgarden for the record. There are two things that I would mention that I think are critical that the climate committee has not necessarily specifically been talking about, but Bruce, I think they're well aligned with the agency generally, but I think the climate committee should be talking about them. The Agriculture Heritage Program is very specifically called out as a vehicle, and we have strongly encouraged that as well. The statutes are in place already to provide soil health practices, conservation plans, all of the things that are needed. It does not right now cover forestry, and that is one of the pushes that is coming from the Global Warming Commission, is to add forestry into that suite of landscapes that could be funded with the Agriculture Heritage Program. So I think that's one that definitely is going to warrant further conversation. We are meeting with the groups that helped initiate that program this summer to really get back on track and see if we can pull off a funding ask for that program potentially in the short session. The other thing that I would mention, and this ties back to the conversation that Renee just raised about, what are our expectations of grantees in terms of being able to quantify some of this, the things that Brenda's been raising. That call out that the Global Warming Commission did around technical assistance was loud and clear. And I think a caution that we have is, as we look at watershed councils that might have one staff person who is doing all of this work, great work out on the ground with contractors and other people, what are our expectations of them in terms of both the sequestration projects and how they work with landowners, but also then in terms of what we ask them to measure and monitor. And I think that as I look at the Global Warming Commission recommendations, they were very clear that even agencies like NRCS, which are well staffed in counties across the state, do not have the level of staffing that's needed to provide this type of assistance to private landowners. That often what happens is you get somebody signed up for a program, and that might be the last you hear from that technical assistance provider because they're off to the next farm. And so when we think about how do we measure and how do we track this stuff, how do we provide hands-on technical assistance, it's very clear in the report that in the state of Oregon, while we do fund watershed councils and soil and water conservation districts, we do not fund to the level that would be needed to do this work. And we need to be really careful what pressure we put on when we think about non-traditional organizations that we want to engage. If they don't have the staffing to do what we're asking them to do, then we're running ourselves kind of afoul between our diversity work and our climate work. And I think those are a set of things that I think would be worth the climate committee really digging into and thinking about as we move forward. So again, I don't think any of it's counter. I think those are just topics that have not yet come before the committee.
Thank you, Maida. Any other questions or comments on this topic? Go ahead, Jamie.
And based on Maida's comments, I like to revisit agenda item. No, I'm joking. Just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but that point of us need to that work is greatly appreciated. Tried a little bit of levity.
All right. So not seeing any more questions or comments, I think we're going to move on down the agenda. Liza Jane.
Yeah. So this, maybe we should start with Jamie since she's in a levity mood. I'm not feeling it. This is our opportunity to express gratitude and goodbyes to Jason and Alan, and Ron flew the coop, so he got out of this. We can talk trash about him all we want now, but Jamie, would you be willing to start? And anybody's open to share anything or not at all.
Yeah, thank you, Liza Jane. And it's such a combination of the joy of celebration and also the sadness of loss of really great colleagues stepping away. I mean, I think I've been just feel so blessed and so privileged to have worked with all three, Jason, Allen, and Ron. I know Ron's not here to hear the accolades, but I when I think about you guys, I think about just the tremendous care that you put into community, and each issue and understanding it and really bringing value to it, and challenging us to be at our best to really care for the community. And some of these conversations, I think of all the folks who will never know that you were there to stick up for them and to ask the questions and to really just how much thoughtfulness and care you put into decisions that impact people's lives. And it's always really inspiring to work with folks who show that kind of care for community and for the environment, and for the critters that we serve and we try to care for, but also the people in the communities that we serve. And in public meetings and private meetings, that care and diligence and kindness is always there. And so I admire all of you. I feel I've learned so much from you, and it's just been a real privilege to serve with you. So I feel now a sense of sadness. Now the levity's gone. Now I'm feeling sadness, but it really is. It's a bittersweet. It's with great joy, and also, there's this thing that's called to service, and it's a very honorable thing. It's kind of the fundament to what this crazy experiment we call democracy works. And it's because of people stepping up and giving of themselves and their time that really makes it work. And you all have helped to make this just a really special board, a special organization. But it's been a tremendous honor and privilege to work with you all. So thank you.
Thank you, Jamie. Randy.
Thanks. Thank you, Liza Jane. Jamie, that was very inspirational and makes me kind of emotional. You said everything that should be said. I just want to say something personal about each of these people. First of all, I enjoyed so much my work with you, Alan. From the first meeting that I met you at Bandon and I was a rookie trooper, you were so thoughtful and such a mentor, along with Debbie at the time. And that was so appreciated. And it really is a definition of your style and your character and your compassion for the work we've done and the people that are involved. As far as I know, you're the longest standing tenured board member, at least in my time. Maybe somebody like Dan Thorndike is hard, but I'll let Meta be the judge of that. We served together on the FIPS early stage a period where you were such a leader of that group and had a remarkable way to show compassion to underdog groups, encourage them and advocate for them. At the same time, you were advocating for what you wanted on that committee and in a very effective way that made a great impression on me. And I do hope our paths will cross again. And I wanted to express how much I've enjoyed serving with you. Ron's not on, but because this is recorded, I just want to say, if somebody were to ask me who has done the most in Oregon for conservation work during my tenure, it would be Ron Alvarado. And it wasn't all because of finances. I think a lot of it was said by Jason Jensen yesterday at the panel, but there are other factors, I think. Meta's experience with NRCS just greased the channels for communication with Ron. Ron has an operating style and a way with dealing and interpersonal skills that really rise to the top of the heap. And he has such attention to detail and a way of belittling a huge bureaucracy. And he's been an innovator, and I just have such great respect for him and for what he's done for Oregon, and what he's done on the OWEB board. At some point, he hasn't been able to participate as much as others, but he's been as effective or more than anybody else I can think of. All of you are just terrific people, and I feel very privileged to have worked with you. Thank you.
Thanks, Randy.
Maida, your hand's up. Alan, I don't know if you get to go next. But
I'll jump in front of Alan, which I did a lot when I was on the board, and Alan was on the board. So just a couple of things. I'll start with Ron, who is not with us. And as Randy just mentioned, Ron was my boss before I came here. And it was a really tough decision to decide to move over to OWEB, coming from such an amazing agency as NRCS. And Randy, you nailed it. Ron's approach, his strategic approach to conservation, his positive attitude, all of those things have made it incredibly easy to be a strong partner with that agency, whether it's us at OWEB or any of the state agencies. I think we've found NRCS to be a phenomenal partner, and that is from the leadership on down. Alan and I were on the board together before I came onto staff, and you're right, Randy. I think Dan Thorndike takes it in terms of the longest serving board member, but Alan is a pretty close second. And from the time Alan came on the board, I have so enjoyed working with them. And I know there was one point in time when there was a potential legislative push to term the limits for our federal representatives to 8 years. They're not termed right now. And we would have missed a lot of incredible value, Alan, if that had happened. He said to me once that he likes to really think before he speaks up, and that and you see that and hear that in everything that he says. And I have a lot of respect for those people who, unlike me, spend a lot of time in thought and then say what's on their mind after the rest of us have had a chance to fill the air, which I always appreciate Alan coming in with a super sense of where we need to be. And Jason, we got to travel to DC together, which was incredibly fun. I have been so lucky in my time with OWEB to serve with Bobby Bruno from the Warm Springs, to serve with Eric Klemps from the Umatilla, and now to serve with Jason. And it is a distinguished line of tribal representatives. And Jason had, I think, even bigger shoes to fill as a non-tribal member representing tribes. And he came in here with full support of the federally recognized tribes in Oregon, which is pretty rare. And it's because he's such an amazing individual. And I've just learned a ton from you, Jason, and I'm going to miss all three of you on the board.
Thank you so much, Maida.
Stephen.
Yeah, I agree very much with what Jamie and Randy said. And normally, for most of you, realize that we give these going away celebrations, so to speak, usually at dinner and probably after a drink or two. So there's a few more jokes involved. But I just want to say a few words about Andy and Alan and Jason. Alan, of course, is currently the longest serving member of the board, which means that he was there when you all joined. When each one of you joined, Alan was there. And I think that's, he was certainly there when I came on board too, and has always provided that sort of level of history, I think, which is going to truly be missed. I think Alan has been always asked what I believe is very insightful questions. He's always asking something that I think a lot of people he looks at it different ways and asks the right questions. I think one of the other things that Alan is renowned for is to always ask about the OWEB staff. He's always certain whenever there's some new tacked on or some new thing we're asking for, he makes sure that there's sufficient staff support, and that care that he shows for the staff is also reflected in the care he shows for each of the issues that we deal with. So Alan, I know I'm going to miss you, and I just wish you well. And I tried to get a vote to get you refuse your resignation, but apparently it's been overruled. For Jason, it seems like Jason just started. And, you know, I remember the first day he came in and immediately showed a true sort of in-depth interest and careful consideration of each of the issues we were talking about. He asked a lot of questions. He dove right into these issues. He came with a real professionalism, a lot of energy, and very articulate, and certainly has the leadership skills, and came right up to be the co-chair. So Jason, it's been a lot of fun working with you on the board, and you know, your energy and insightfulness and careful consideration of issues is really going to be missed.
Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Okay, Alan, and then Meg.
Thanks,
Alan?
Liza Jane. Yep.
Okay.
First, I do want to thank Ron and Jason for their work on the board. You know, Ron's not here, and so because it's going to be taped, maybe I'll be able to have my words caught so that Ron can listen to them. But Ron and Jason, I really enjoyed interacting with you over the years. Ron, thank you for bringing NRCS's perspective to the table. There are so many opportunities for our agencies to get together and do project work. We just have to keep mining those opportunities, working together, and make stuff happen. And Jason, thank you so much for your work as co-chair and tribal representative. You are the ultimate professional. Thanks for always keeping us on track and moving things forward. You will definitely be missed on the board. The decade plus for me on the board has been an incredible ride. To be part of such a professional organization with a wonderful, uplifting mission has been nothing short of a highlight of my career. I wanted to thank staff and managers. You guys are incredible. There is a reason why OWEB achieves the level that we do. Actually, there's probably about 35 of them. And my colleagues on the board, thank you for your hard work. I learn so much for each of you every time we get together. Your different perspectives, your different experiences, they are all so rich, and it's been fun being part of such a team. And I think last, I want to thank our partners, the watershed councils, the soil and water conservation districts, oceans, coast, the counties, the communities, the agencies, and most importantly, the landowners and the land managers. Your partnerships make the OWEB circle complete. Thank you for everything you give to us. And lastly, I just want to mention that Dan Brown, EPA's forest team lead, will be replacing me. Dan is great to work with. He has a very pragmatic approach to things, and he has a great sense of humor. He'll be a great asset to OWEB. And again, thanks for the great opportunity.
Thank you, Alan. Meg.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to add, you all have really covered the extraordinary qualities that these three people have who are leaving our group. And actually, I have not really had an opportunity to spend much time with Ron. It seems like we just, didn't overlap that much, but I really appreciate all the work everything he's contributed to Oregon and will continue to, whether on this board or not. Jason and Alan, I was seated next to Jason at my very first meeting, and I harassed him mercilessly for 2 days. Every time there was a break, I was asking him, what about this? What about that? What about this? And he was just, so I'm going to focus on the personal qualities of these two people. He was so patient and friendly and kind and made me feel really welcome. And in addition to all the other great qualities of leadership and thoughtfulness that you displayed, I think it's been just a pleasure to be a colleague with you. And I really appreciate you, Jason. And Alan, I shared a long ride with, I think maybe to French Glen. So we had some time to talk, and and since then, on various individual issues that he and I might have talked about, but just wonderful kindness and smarts and insight and longevity on the board, and I think the two qualities that I really appreciate this in people that I work with is kind of bringing kind of a gentleness to the table. And even though they're super incisive and decisive and careful, there's like a gentleness that Jason and Alan both display that I really value in a colleague. Thank you. I appreciate both of you tremendously.
Thank you, man.
Barbara.
All right, I'll start with Ron since he's not here. I can't help but think all the sacrifices Ron made by leaving his family when he went on duty in Washington, D.C., which is not, I think, three different times, or he would leave his family for months at a time. I can't help but think that really helped put Oregon in the situation we're in today with a lot of the funding that has come forward. So I really thank him for that. My work with Ron is not done. I deal with Ron pretty much on a weekly basis. So I will be seeing him. Alan, and I am going to miss your technical expertise. I learned so much from you on such a high level. And I would tell people about who was on this board. And I was like, I can't believe I get to sit at the table with EPA. And they'd all just laugh at me because I learned a lot from you. And Jason, watching you co-chair the last 2 years has really set me up for taking that role on myself. So thanks for being a mentor. And with your help, I got to witness this breakthrough of communication with the tribal community. And it was really, I know we still have some work to do, but I will help continue that. And it was just a joy watching that whole process roll out. So thank you all for your service. And I look forward to working with you again in the future.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you, Barbara.
I have Bruce, Jason, and then Molly.
Oregon is unique in that it trusts so much of its governance to boards and commissions. And in order for that to work, it requires men and women who are willing to take the time, have the qualities that are necessary. And these three individuals fit that bill to a T. I am humbled and honored to have served with all three of them, and I wish them well as they move on to bigger and not necessarily better, not necessarily bigger, but different things. Thanks.
Thank you, Bruce. Molly? No, I said Jason and then Molly.
I will defer to my colleague.
Okay.
So I'll be brief, but I just want to thank Ron, Jason, and Alan for showing me the ropes, because I did not know what to expect when I joined the OWEB board, especially as a liaison from a different agency. And I was just told, you're going to love this. They're the nicest board, and you're just going to have so much fun. And you three have really helped usher in and mentor that for me. So thank you for that. And I also want to say that serving on this board and serving with the three of you who represent such different agencies and different perspectives, you've really kind of actually restored my faith in how civic governance works and the role that individual citizens can play in coming together for the common goal and working together in such a collaborative, fun, and I echo Meg's gentle way of just slowly nudging the needle forward. And I just think that's the best definition of leadership, and just really appreciate the roles that the three of you have played. And I've enjoyed learning from you. So thank you and good luck. And I hope our paths cross again.
Thanks, Molly. So do I.
Jason.
Well, I don't know what to say. You guys are just amazing. This is an amazing board. You know, when Maida and Eric and I met in Medford, and, you know, I decided I'm going to put my name in the hat for OWEB. And I knew it was a gamble being a non-tribal member, but I instantly got the feeling of what Maida and this board wanted to create. And to be a part of that moving forward and have that opportunity has just been a blessing. You know, I came into the leadership of Dan Thorndike, who has been around quite some time, who was an amazing mentor for the period of time that he was on while our paths crossed, followed by a co-chair of Randy Labby, who was just phenomenal. And in fact, it was because of Randy's want and need for fishing that I got a chance to serve in my first co-chair role as an interim co-chair at one of the board meetings in Gold Beach. And you know, really, I have to thank Randy for giving me the opportunity to step into that role for a period of time. And also, I don't know if I need to thank you for the long-term, the last 2 years being in that role, but I do think it was, you know, that was the catalyst for me to be able to step up and do the leadership. And it was really because of you, because of Dan. You know, as I think about Stephen's comments, I remember that meeting well, Stephen, the first time we got a chance to meet. And I remember a comment you made to me, and that was, Jason, did you read the entire board book? And as I was coming into that board, we were talking about spending plan. We had a lot of grants to approve. You know, it was one of those 2-page or 2-binder board books all put together by our staff. And I thought, no, I didn't read everything. And I learned over time how good our staff was at relaying information, how good the OWEB staff is at preparing their board for each and every meeting. So I want to thank the staff for that. Made our trips to DC were just phenomenal. We got to learn so much about each other. We got to grow in that relationship, but also really fight hard for watershed protection in Oregon, Washington, across the Pacific Northwest, championing for PCSRF funding and just really putting that out there. So what a blessing it has been to get to share that experience with you. And the rest of you, I could go all day with just the stories that we've gotten to share over the last 4 years, over wine and dinner conversations. And I know this last year has put a little bit of a damper on that, but each and every one of you, I've learned so much from. In every meeting, I learned so much from you and the staff. And so I just really appreciate the opportunity that this board has provided me. It's a phenomenal board. It is an amazing board. And I look to see the great work that this board continues to do in my absence. So thank you guys very much.
Thank you, Jason. Let's see. Brenda.
Yeah, thank you, Liza Jane. I just want to say that as several of you do, I serve on 2 boards. And when I was asked to be the Board of Forestry representative on this board, I didn't know what to expect either. It was I was really clueless. But I will say that every member of the board and every member of the staff has treated me kindly, with respect, and with thoughtfulness, and made me feel very welcome on this board. And it's just been a great experience. And key to that are the three people who are leaving. I didn't work very much with Ron, but both Jason and Alan have been incredibly patient with me, and sometimes that takes a lot of patience. So I just want to thank them, and just say to all of you and all of the staff, I couldn't think of a greater group of people to spend a pandemic with.
Thank you, Brenda. Randy, your hand's back up.
Gee, I just need get the last word in.
You don't have
I just want to express how much it meant to me, Jason, to be a co-chair with you. It was not one crutch, it was two crutches for me. And we had a lot of fun, I think, and you didn't really serve out your term, so you'll have to keep in touch with us. And I want our paths to cross. And you have all the talent that I kind of suspected we'd lose you to some kind of higher up job, and sure enough. So good luck and all of my best.
Thank you, Randy.
Is it my turn? I don't see any other hands up. Well, I'm much better at hello than goodbye, so we'll just make it safe for later. But I do have a few thoughts for Ron. What a solution guy, out of the box solution, just right present, straight there. And I really appreciate that about him, and it shows in what Oregon can do. Our NRCS office here functions and provides for landowners and in their programs and restoration like none other. And I know who's at the top making that happen, and I have great appreciation for him. The time I got to spend with him was on a trip. We were on a site visit. We were in the back of the van, and he talked to me about his dream of having a farm. And we talked about Corriente cows. And for a person who's given so much to so many people and his career, I hope he plants his garden and gets some cows. So that's what I hope for you still, Ron. Jason, oh my goodness. I would never have become co-chair if you weren't there. I could hide behind you and you made me look good. And I appreciate that. I appreciate that greatly. Your speaking skills kind of are mesmerizing. You're so articulate, and you have so much to say. And I hope you continue. I hope you continue saying that. It's so valuable. And I want you to bring your son fishing. I'm serious about that. Alan, I've just learned that I wasn't that special, because at my first meeting, you pulled me aside and you said, you're going to be okay, and I'll help you. And you do. You help me through the first, the second, the third, I don't know how many. And I appreciate, actually what you inspire me to do is read my homework, do my homework, because I know you will. I know Alan will have read the whole dang board notebook, and he'll know it inside out, and he will have made notes. So I know that he's prepared. And I think that's one of the best qualities of a person who's going to be on a board, is be prepared. We have this incredible staff that prepares us better than I've had any board do for us. And then Alan is out there in front, making sure to live up to that. We're going to do it too. And I appreciate that about you. I also, something about all of you is so valuable to me, in that you model and you walk the talk of, you can think your think and I can think mine, and we'll still be friends. And so it's safe to have something different to say. And that always creates a better discussion, a thorough, thoughtful consideration of the things we face. And you've all three kept that alive, and I value that, and thank you very, very much for it. So I'll miss you. I hope I see you, and I hope you find ways to continue to follow your passion and dreams and do good work.
Thank you, Liza Jane.
Yeah, thank you, Liza Jane. And I'll tell you what, just as much as you've learned from me, I've learned so much from you, and just continue to be yourself. We love your authentic self. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Bless your hearts. Okay, well, if there's no more comments, we get together next time, and I'm really looking forward to that. And if there's anything I can do as a home person, let me know to help you make your trip better. If you extend it, which way to point you, but sure look forward to that. With that, we'll adjourn. Thank you. Bye for now. Be safe.
Thanks,
Bye,
Liza Jane.
everyone.
Bye now.
Bye, everybody.
Bye, thank you.
Thank you. So long.
Gonna miss you, Alan. Said I'm gonna miss you.
Is that you, Jamie?
Yeah, it's Jamie.
I'll miss you as
Doesn't
well.
remember who we are anymore already.
I'll definitely miss you all, that's for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you for your kindness.
Ditto.